looks a lot wider than the other one, so. Just perceptual, but.
It's gonna be a lot different. You have to measure it first. You got a picture and it was never good to measure it. It's
Yeah.
a different story, you know?
We drew a picture, right?
Yeah.
Ever notice how slow a clock goes when you're watching it? You're like,
I was just thinking that. Yeah.
all right, 6 o'clock having arrived, I will call this work session to order, and tonight's discussion will be about the pedestrian underpass. And I will just turn the floor over to Cody, Jake, Jake Lawn, jeez Louise, let's get it right, or Tom, whoever wants to go first.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. Tonight we're here to discuss the Higley Boulevard pedestrian underpass. This is project B221008 for YDOT. I have with me tonight Jake Long, engineer for YDOT, the Rawlins YDOT office, and to help me out with the discussion on this project tonight. I'll start off with kind of a brief kind of history of how all this kind of came about, and then we'll go into the project itself, and then we'll kind of discuss some things and see if we can answer all the questions that the council has for us tonight. So to start off with kind of a brief kind of overview history, approximately 20 years ago, YDOT started looking into safe passage or safe crossing across US 287. In looking at crossings and overpasses, they just weren't feasible, and it became pretty apparent that an underpass was the best way to go. It was in about 2017 when the first drawings started to come out for the city to look at a project like this. And it wasn't until August of 21 that it was presented to the urban systems as an urban system project. It was recommended to the city council, or the urban systems at that time. Urban systems voted to approve this project. It was sent to council, and council unanimously approved it on, I think, September 7th of 21. From that point, there was a few urban systems meetings involved with it, with the timeline, consultants, stuff like that, and it was recommended or talked about in 25 that the cost estimates would kind of start going up before construction hit. In November of 22, because of those concerns, District Engineer Ralph Durango enhanced YDOT's budget by $200,000 to help out this project to keep it moving forward. In July of 22, the agreement was signed with YDOT and the city to move forward with consultants and engineering and the design of this project. At that point, the estimated cost was going to be $1.665 million, and the city portion was going to be $158,341 for the estimated project. Here in November, this new amended agreement is brought to us because in the original agreement, if the project went over 20% of its original cost, there would be an amended agreement to the original one, to where the two parties would come together for a new agreement on the price. So those would be the exhibits B and D that we're talking about in the amendment. Let's see. Oh, at this point, because the price had gone up as much as it had, almost doubled in cost, YDOT has actually doubled their price with this project and bumped it up to $400,000. The Urban Systems Committee has also voted to borrow ahead 2 years if it takes of the funding to keep this project moving. We really would like to see this project move forward. It was brought about because we would really like to have a safe passage for children, hikers, any bikers, to all of our pathway systems throughout the town. I think it would be a great project for this town to get done. It would really tie together the schools, recreation areas with this side of town and the neighborhood. And if you can see up on the screen, this is an example of one that was done very similarly in Cheyenne. So ours would be very similar to this overpass, or underpass, I should say. I guess what we'll do is I'll have Jake kind of start working through some of these drawings. I think what we'll do is just kind of brief through some of the beginning ones. And get to the drainage portion, which I think where all the questions are going to come up about this project moving forward. Hopefully the council can see this when it comes up on the screens. It's only 150 pages, so it'll go fast.
Yeah, it took a while. Did you click on a sample of pedestrian underpass or the next one down?
I clicked on final plans.
Okay, thank you. See if my computer's faster than yours.
While we're waiting on this, what size is this underpass going to be?
So it's going to be 9 foot tall by 12 foot wide.
Council, thank you for having me here tonight. Like Cody had said, I'm Jay Klon with the YDOT here in Rawlins. I guess kind of like what he had mentioned, I've been a resident here for almost 30 years and resident engineer. And I think for 20 of that, I've been on studies, agreements between the city and YDOT trying to solve the issue of safe pedestrian crossing in this area. So I think this project getting to this point, I think kind of addresses a lot of the community's concerns over years and years. So we can just kind of jump into these plans. And like Cody said, I think we can just kind of skip through some of this early information, title sheet, and legend. If you guys have any questions, these are just typical sections, existing, proposed of our roadway system. Typical sections of kind of some of the sidewalks you're going to see, pathways. Summaries, quantities, that we'll be working with the contractor to complete the work. So this is our first drawing. It's just probably mainly highlighting kind of the location of the box. And you'll start to see the pathways that we're going to build in conjunction with the box to allow access to it. We call them wing walls that are built essentially perpendicular to the ends of the box. Those are wing walls that are retaining the soil from the roadway, allowing us to dig this structure down into the ground. is just showing, highlighting the pathway on the west side of the road. You can see the existing pathway. We do have some modifications that will be adjusting that a little bit. This just shows the tie-in of the eastern path into the existing. So what you're seeing here is the box, of course, is lowered, a lot lower than your existing pathway, so we have to use transition areas to gain that elevation grade, and it has to meet ADA requirements to make sure those slopes aren't too steep. So that's why those pathways are lengthened out to allow that slope to be built up to that elevation. Just more information on the alignment of the box and where it's located. This is kind of getting into some of the drainage. There's going to be surface inlets. All these areas will be concreted around the entryways into the box. I wanted to concrete these areas so you guys would have ample room to stack snow, push snow up to keep the box and the pathways clear. And then these surface inlets will allow the water to drain into the storm system.
Will those drains actually go into the storm system and out to the storm pond and whatnot?
There isn't one.
Or,
Yeah, so it'll drain into the infrastructure we're building, the storm sewer we're building, and then it'll surface flow out, and we'll get to the location where it goes out downstream. This shows your existing path. Like I said, we had to modify it. The reason we did that is to get away from retaining walls, so we shoved it back so we could just have slopes. So retaining walls in Rawlins, as you guys are aware, just capture snow, drift snow. So we tried to eliminate as many walls as we could in this, and it saves on money too. The alignment that you're seeing on the east side of the road here is a detour alignment. Throughout this project, we will, well, not throughout, but while we're doing the first half, essentially, on the west side of the road, we'll detour traffic on the east, so there'll be two lanes of traffic able to pass through our project. And those are wide enough and built to sustain oversized and overwidth loads also. So this is some of the storm drain modifications. If you're familiar with the area, there's a pipe that goes underneath Harshman, and then there's also a pipe from the detention pond by the higher ed. And so we're capturing those and putting them in a storm system manholes pipe and piping that out and around the project area so we don't inundate the overpass with high waters during storms. And this shows where that storm system outlets into to our right of way. Then you can start to see the other line that extends to the right of the page. That's the drain that's going to be actually tied into the drain system that's in and around the box. Just another picture of those manholes and then the system starting up there by Harshman. So that's the, I think, why don't you go back one page? So I think this one's highlighting, so you see the black, darker black dots on either side of the box. Those are those inlets that I was talking about, and those are the beginnings of the pipe. So you got two inlets on the east side, combining that water and then bringing it across a pipe that's underneath the box on the south side, and then combining with three inlets on the west side, and then that water is being captured and contained in a pipe and flowing to the south there. And so that pipe will be down below our borrow ditch, probably 3 or 4 feet, and then we call it daylighting. It'll daylight out so it can gravity feed to the south, and then we'll see where that exit is at.
That's an 18-inch pipe, too.
Yes, that sounds right. So there, you can see this, where the system essentially daylights out, and then it would surface flow, and this is our borrow ditch, our system, and it would just continue down to the Cedar Street area, and then I think Cody said it.
And just to touch on that, so this borrow ditch, it flows through culverts and everything all the way down to Cedar Street, and then there's another culvert that goes underneath Higley right there at the intersection. It goes into a stormwater system that goes down Plaza Street and then kicks over by the YDOT office and heads out to the golf course, and that's the golf course pond. So it's the natural flow of our stormwater system.
So where is the end of that pipe gonna daylight out at?
It's 800 feet past this structure, so it just past the baseball field. Yeah, I'll go back.
So if you know where the pathway, you can see the existing pathway there. See where it does that little jog and then goes through, so it's coming
Goes through
out
the
right
fence.
there. And this is all gravity feed. We've heard of systems that were pumps or whatever, and so we were really wanting a low maintenance
Yeah.
system, so this is all gravity feed to this point.
So the one for Harshman and that big drains from them up there are gonna dump out on it, gets up further?
Yeah, so it's closer to the structure, but the grading that we have designed for it, it will still run down through this area also, yes. And that's where it's showing that one, and it's probably 100 or a couple hundred feet away from the structure there.
And that one's just, I think there's a couple inlets right there on Harshman Street, and then it supplies the retention pond on the other side of the street. So that system is pretty low flow. There's not a whole lot of water that will be flowing in that part of that system.
Just more information on the box, the grades. You can see the bottom portion of it, kind of what the elevation of the road compared to the elevation of the boxes, and then some of the back slopes. You scroll down just a little bit, is that cross section. So that's an exaggerated cross section. You can see the roadway, the boxes, and then you can see actually the drainage system underneath the box. So there's also under drains tied into this, and those are probably a foot and a half below the box, so it'll drain that subsurface water. And that's just showing you more focused on that drainage system and kind of what you're looking at there. We'll have to build a berm. We don't want that drainage from the parking lot to go down into this area, so we're gonna build a berm there where that one line is, and then trap it and push it into that inlet that they've shown there in that corner, the southeast corner of the parking lot.
I think it's more showing the berm right there.
Yeah, just some more repetition on some of the other details.
But that actually shows in this one, you can actually see the new pathway on the bottom side of it, and how we're gonna tie it back into the new pathway by the soccer fields. So that, all that new path in there will be redone with the slope that'll be put in with, moving the fence up the hill. And just changing the look of that just a little bit.
So none of, where the box is in the parking lot, and where you're moving the fence and the pathway up, all that's to keep that water up? And not in that,
It's to keep from putting a retaining wall in to where the snow builds up over there. So the path will be up just a little bit higher with a slope down to the borrow pit
right?
and then to the pathway by the underpass right there. So it'll just be a low sloping hill that'll go into it.
But the intent is to keep that water from ever entering into the borrow ditch, or does that corner on the southeast corner of that parking lot, does that enter into this system?
It does with that inlet, see the square in the southeast corner, so the
Right.
berm's pushing the water from the parking lot to that inlet there.
Okay. And then that water goes where?
That water, that is the storm sewer that ties the higher ed retention pond.
Oh, okay.
And then it kicks out, if you can see on the right side of the page, there's the triangle, the riprap, that's where that water kicks out. So there shouldn't be any drainage in that section of that borrow pit. The very start of it will be.
From the entrance to the box down to where that drains in.
Yeah,
And that runs on top of that line that you're burying, and then it merges with the other one further down?
Yeah. So, along with a lot of this storm sewer that we're talking about, which is surface water, and then we're taking in, we're also doing, you guys have heard, we geology drilled our geology program, and we did find water table in this area. We're high water table, which I think we found was like April, May, is about the elevation of the bottom of the box, is what the approximation is. But this system is going to be embedded in kind of like a French drain, if you're familiar with that. It's a clean rock, pry wrap it in fabric to keep all the fines out. But it'll be like 1 to 2 feet below the box and all the wing wells and all the structures. So it'll be draining that whole area underneath the structure before it ever gets to the surface. And that'll start as we begin construction, and we'll require the contractor to phase the work to get the system in place so he can get that water out. And I guess most of our anticipation is this is gonna lower the water table in this area probably with, a foot or two within the first year or so. So geology determined that there was problems. I think during the COG meeting this summer, you guys had some concerns, and so we had the consultants do a drainage analysis, and he took kind of the materials and what geology found and made sure this under drain system is capable and meets the requirements to drain that water table issues when we have them.
So it's essentially moving from the east to the west underneath that unit? The water that's on the east
Yes,
side?
everything from the east to the west, yes.
And then it enters into that side of the drain system. It's not running down on the east side of the drain system,
No,
down to Inverness on the other end.
no.
Okay, it's on the other side the whole
yes.
time?
It's on the west side of
Okay.
US 287.
Go to the top of the page. Let's go back to 21. 24, yeah. I mean, I'm a little old, my eyesight's not that good, so.
Borrow my
So-
glasses.
I gotta get mine.
So this one, this is the one I missed. If you guys can see the dashed lines next to all the wing walls on the outside of, that's the under drain. So that's 6-inch under drain. Underneath the structure, of course, it'll be perforated, embedded in that French drain clean material. So all that groundwater will be infiltrating into that perforated drain there, and then it'll be tied into our stormwater system, those bigger pipes, and drained out of the whole area. And so all those dashed lines that you see, even on the west side of this west path, we went ahead and put a drain over there just to make sure we don't have any surface water issues, let's say, coming from the irrigation on the fields or whatever. So we tried to over-design this to make sure.
Out of curiosity, and I'm looking at the future, can we get our truck in there and rinse them lines out if we have to?
They're probably gonna be like a polyethylene 6-inch. If you water jetted them, I think it'd be fine. If you got in there with a mechanical device, I'm sure you could damage or
You
scar.
know, we have wind and sand and everything around here kind of
But
puts stuff
I
up.
think a flush, some sort of a flushing
Yeah, okay.
activity would clean them. Good then, I think. Moving on.
How much does it affect that soccer field in that, on that area? Does it affect it at all?
Well, I think we're gonna take out some trees. I think there's, 2 or 3 trees that we're gonna take out. As far as we could see, of course, there weren't soccer lines out there or activities going on. It doesn't look like we're gonna get into any of the fields, and we should be able to maintain. It looked like it was just kind of the bystanders area or the stands areas.
And I think it was, if you, where the path is right now, if you go up to the hill and you're standing right at the top of the hill where the soccer fields start, you're about 10 feet into that. And it's just taking a couple of trees, the smaller trees out that are right there on the north side of it. And then it'll just, from that point, it'll just kind of gradually slope off. The fence will be on the top right there too, and it'll slope down to this structure.
Okay, thank you.
This is gonna be a pretty big structure. You know, when you think about a tunnel under there, okay, but then when you add the pathways in and out and all that, it's a lot bigger project than I really thought it was.
Yeah. And Cody showed a picture, that's at LCCC, if you guys are ever in Cheyenne and wanna kind of visualize it, it's a really nice structure, and I kind of followed that lead on there. Our grades, of course, are a little different, but this is just getting into the power. Of course, we're gonna have lights inside of it and the power to get to that, so. I think we're kind of through all of the plans, unless you guys have something specific. This is just gonna,
Is it gonna carry out far enough there ain't gonna be no guardrail or nothing there then?
no.
Okay.
One of the questions Chris had is, and he called me because he wasn't gonna be able to make it, but he was curious of, you know, the maintenance situation. Where does this leave the city with that?
So, of course, this is, you're gonna be your facility, so as it's written in the memo, it turns over to you guys. All the drains, the storm sewer, essentially the structure is yours to the box, so plowing it out. And then future, I mean, these are design lives of 75 years, so way into the future, it is yours, but of course you'd have to work with YDOT to do any rehabilitation or replacement of it.
Is it a similar situation with our overpass here where,
Yes, I mean, it falls, we have the 2 other underpasses to go to the south side. It falls in the same realm as those. It's, the Washington Street is Union Pacific structure. We maintain the tunnel. We have equipment to do it. If it gets icy, we actually set aside in the budget some salt sand to help salt sand the paths so people can move through it. The one over by the post office, that one is pretty ridiculous. It can fill up with snow really fast and has been troublesome in the past. So this isn't out of the norm for us to maintain a tunnel this size. We made it big enough to run a pickup truck through it, so we can get a pickup truck with a plow through it to make it easier. As far as, you know, if there's graffiti, we're gonna go in there and we're gonna paint it. But it is exactly like 6th Street, or where it's a coordinated effort between us and YDOT if the structure is in trouble.
well, I as far as snow removal, weeds, you know, all that sort of stuff, that, it makes sense that the city would have to do that. I'm just wondering about anything above and beyond, you know, maintenance-wise, that might be a surprise later.
Any stormwater facility, I mean, you could get, you know, some debris, sagebrush in there, I could see that. I don't, we tried to design, like I said, the sidewalks, bigger entrances, call them aprons at the ends of the boxes to push snow and stack snow, those drains there to capture all that, so, I don't see anything out of the norm that you need to expect in the near future.
Sure.
You did ask about guardrail. I did want to clarify, we do have a designed fence on top of the wall, of course, to keep people from
Oh, no.
walking off that vertical, but no roadway guardrail.
We do have a problem with alkali out there that likes concrete.
What's that?
We do have a problem with alkali in that area that likes concrete well.
Yeah, we have ACR in the area. We're seeing it out on the interstate. It chews itself up.
Anybody have any questions, Panita?
I just wanted to point out in regard to the maintenance issue, this was actually addressed in the initial contract, which is the very first attachment. And if you can go to page 3 of that very first White Oak project agreement.
I think she's talking
And go to page 4. The very top one.
about very top of that. Okay, yeah.
Go down to 3. That's not the right one. That is,
It's titled White Oak Project B Agreement.
That one there.
Right there at the bottom. Page 4. And then at number D right there. Right here is where it has the, in this section, it has the city's responsibilities. And in subsection D, it specifically states, upon completion and acceptance of this project, the city shall maintain at its sole expense the underpass in compliance with all applicable federal and state standards and regulations. Maintenance shall include all repairs necessary to keep the improvements in its functional constructed condition, including the concrete structure, electrical systems, and lighting, drainage features, pathways, and sidewalk, and all other physical elements of the underpass. So this says essentially, as soon as it's constructed, it's completely the city's responsibility, including signage, painting, and everything. I would like to point out, in regard to, I have also assessed risk liability on this. I've reached out to YDOT, I spoke with Julianne, I've researched the statutes. There are considerable protections for governmental immunity, plus there are additional protections under 139, 120, I believe it is, that provide additional exclusions from waivers of immunity, which specifically are defects in any plan or design of any bridge, and maintenance during, including maintenance during weather conditions. So there are some protections. I also clarified that when YDOT does work with the contractors, the subcontractors on the design, there is additional O&E insurance coverage on here, which is errors and omissions, so that does provide an additional layer of protection. And also one other thing is the design of this underpass, although it's mildly different in some of the design, it's not really that much different from all of the maintenance and repairs that the city's already undertaking with the other pedestrian methods of underpass. So it really falls into that bucket already. The city already has this on their maintenance plans, and it's not really much of a deviation at all, particularly with the path around the rec center and that walking path is just, you know, a little drive to the east to clear that if they go that way. So it's not as though this is adding another big thing to their plate that's very different from what they're already doing.
Well, being 9 foot tall and 12 foot wide, that's, no one's gonna be out there with a snow blower, you know what I mean? It should be very easily maintained, as far as snow is concerned.
A lot easier than the other two that we have.
Any other questions anybody might have? Yes, ma'am?
I did also want to point out in the initial contract, and so at that initial contract at the same page, page 4, at the next subsection E, and this is a pretty significant clause, is it discusses abandonment of the project. It specifically states, I'll let them catch up.
Which page? At
Page 4 and subsection E. It states, should the city abandon the project at any time, or if the project is not let to construction within 2 years of the completion of the design or prior to the completion due to the delay or actions by the city shall reimburse YDOT for the entire cost, including any federal aid portion of the work completed at the time of abandonment. This can have pretty significant federal financial implications, and it is built into this contract. So that means that everything, not just the 9.5%, but everything YDOT has incurred, including anything they've paid for outside consultants.
Well, this project got started, what'd you say, 2017?
The talks were started, original, or drawings were started in 2017. It was recommended to Urban Systems in 21.
And I remember it being talked about, long before that even. I can't remember the young man's name. I know there's been several killed on that highway trying to cross it, and every time that happens, the subject gets very urgent or whatever, and then as time goes by, you kind of forget about it, and I think that's where we're at right now. We're just getting a trip down memory lane, but not all of us were on the council when this was first started, and so having this update or whatever is very much appreciated. I've known quite a bit about it, but I've learned stuff here tonight, and I'm sure everybody has. And so I would like to thank you guys for taking your time to come explain it again.
You're very welcome. And just in talking costs, from the original agreement to the new agreement, the city portion, I think we'd incur another $139,359 on top of the original to keep the project moving. And this amendment would let the agreement go to where we could have it signed by the city and YDOT and AG, and we would move it to the letting. So I think February would be the letting for construction, and then we would know more accurately what the cost is going to be at the construction costs, and then hopefully move forward on it and start construction this summer.
That'd be awesome.
So when we approve this or whatever, right now, the city's portion is $297,700, correct?
Yes.
Could that change at the time of letting?
Yeah, so this is using or utilizing an estimated cost estimate. So that was the other thing I was gonna add. We don't know what that is. It could be, how hungry contractors is, how busy they are, what costs of materials are. I'd say right now we're sitting about what we estimate has been about 0% increase, decrease. There's some positives and negatives. So we don't know. And so that was the other thing I was gonna add. What you signed this agreement, agreeing to the increased costs, we let the project, we will contact city staff to make you guys aware of what the bid comes back at, and then we'll, rework the agreement and show you what, if there's additional costs or not. And then you'll have to sign another thing saying, yes, we agree to this price before we move forward with the project. But we're hoping our huge escalation in construction costs is kind of plateaued, but we just don't know.
And if we would at that time, this is, just theoretical, if we would at that time, I won't be here, but if the council that was here at that time would say, we're not game to spend the extra money, then all they would have to do is reimburse you for everything you've spent up to then,
Correct.
which is more than that.
I would guess we're probably possibly 400,000 or 500,000 into it. I don't know those numbers exact, but
Sure, there's no way you could,
Yeah.
yeah.
we have a consultant on board, and I haven't seen a lot of their costs, so I'm not sure what they've charged.
Not a lot of choices. Well, there's two. Do it or don't do it. Yes, sir.
I just would add, if the bid comes back this time around and it's really high, you guys, would have to concur with that price. I guess another option there is, letting it again. I guess before it was awarded, you'll have to sign off on it, right? So, for whatever reason, if that bid wasn't to your liking, you could always try it again. It's kind of a third option. I'm not sure it would pan out or not, but you wouldn't be stuck with this next bid, I guess, as well.
Okay. And you're Mr. Shields, right?
Yes, sir. Yep.
And of course, at that time, if it was astronomical, you would be telling us that.
We would work with you for sure, yeah, and I don't anticipate that it would be, but you never know, right? If we had a reason to believe that it's unreasonable and we'd have better luck rebidding it, that's a conversation we could have when that happens.
Sure. How many viable companies are out there that might bid on this project? I'm just curious.
This project actually fits into the kind of the niche of multiples. Ryman Core, if you're familiar with them, they did your 6th Street Bridge. They do a lot of these structures. 71 Construction, they have a local office here. They do this type of work. Dee Bernardi out of Rock Springs area, S&S Builders out of Cheyenne, and then there's a specialty pipe company, dirt company, Wilson Brothers up in, I think kind of the DuBois Jackson area. So there's quite a few contractors for this. I think it's gonna be a pretty competitive project. I've already kind of started, just mentioning to those contractors that that project coming up, and hopefully they'll take a look at it.
Yeah, I'm not familiar at all with that world and how many are out there and all that. So it's comforting to hear what you're telling me, that there's more than two. Any other questions or comments? Councilman Wells?
I just want to say I'm very excited for this project. It's been a long time coming. I'm very excited.
Like I said, I've worked with groups for 20 years, and that was a huge concern of the community. And I think then it allows you to build a trail system, pathway system on that Highland Hills area and connect the town. And I guess whenever you're out there morning or night when the school buses and school drop-offs are, it's crazy. So
Every morning when I drop the kids off, there's 2 kids that have to cross at that intersection, and it's chaos. As soon as they start going, everybody starts, stopping, but it just gridlocks the whole section, which is good. I mean, the kids get across safely, but you first see them pull up, and you're like, oh, you just hope everybody's paying attention.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be great.
Yeah, I think it'll be a nice addition to our town. No more Frogger.
So the amendment would just, that we'd be signing up for is just the exhibit B and D, changed to B1 and D1, which is just the estimated costs, and then the federal award information sheets, just the numbers changing on that. There is no other changes to the original agreement other than that amended section.
Okay. Well,
Any other talk? We have some time.
well, I appreciate your patience. Last time, we just didn't have enough information. There was a couple of people very uncomfortable with it, and we didn't, we just had questions we wanted to ask, and I appreciate you coming here and answering those. And there's a thing called comfort zone, if you're not in it, it's horrifying. I'm not gonna be here, but we'll be blaming these guys.
No, it's very nice to bring this project to council and be able to show everybody what the future can look like. I know me and him are very excited about seeing this project get off the ground. I also believe this will be a great project for that part of town and for the safety of everybody crossing
Oh, yeah.
287.
It is scary.
Yeah.
Do it a lot.
Freak
Yeah,
out.
at any time of day or night.
Doesn't
Crossing
matter
that
if
road.
there's not any traffic at all, it's still scary crossing
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Well, I'm amazed at the size of it. Like I said, you think about the underpass, but then when you think about the rest of the project, it'll make that part of the town look better also.
I guess just to kind of if we were to let it in February, just kind of a timeline. With the water table issues, I don't see them starting until May, middle May, June, and it'd probably take about 3 months, 2 to 3 months. So that's kind of timeline if anybody has any questions about that.
And how will that work with the Everness project? Could it possibly you work in kind of both at the same time?
You mean Edinburgh?
Edinburgh?
Yes, yeah, so we're hoping that we can get that project kicked off this summer and get started on the infrastructure. At that time, we'll be putting the storm sewer system in that as well, so it'll alleviate the water table as well. So with these two, I think we should be helping that water table that's in that area quite considerably with the two projects that should be going in the next year to 2 years.
It's unbelievable. We live in the desert, and every building the county owned there for a while had water running in the basement. It's like, how in the world can that be? But it is.
In the back.
Oh, yes, Sherry?
Just in case the citizens get upset that the city's gonna spend money on this, could someone explain what pot of money this is gonna be paid out of?
Sure, Tom.
Sure, Honorable Mayor and Council. So the city's responsible for just under 10% of this total cost. And this project is listed on the 6 penny projects, which is a potential pot of money that we can use. We know that those 6 penny funds are being stretched a lot of different ways. That would be one. The second would just be out of the budgeted money for next year when we work on the budget. If we can find it within the operating budget, if not, we have sufficient cash reserves in the general fund that would allow for coverage of this amount without really damaging cash reserves, so.
Then could that money be paid back with the 6 penny money as it's collected? Because I know we're way behind on that.
We could always take a loan with that from the 6 penny, yes, and have the 6 penny pay it back.
And I'd like to also point out that on this next agreement, the numbers are added up to only borrowing ahead for 1 more year in Urban Systems funds too, and we have voted in Urban Systems to borrow ahead for 2 years if we need it. So there would be possible extra funding ahead to help out as well if we needed it.
Because the city collects X number of dollars from
Yes.
Urban Systems every year. Okay. Okay.
And the committee is, yeah, like I said, voted to borrow ahead 2 years if needed.
Cool. Anything else? Seeing none, I guess we will take a recess and get ready for the meeting. And again, thank you guys.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I went to school with Mr. Shields' dad and brothers.
Other formalities or?
He's from Huntley. He's a
Have a great
local,
night.
he's a
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I appreciate
he's
it.
a state engineer. He's with my daughter.
There.
They're together. Yeah. Jake's boss, I think. Yeah, his dad and brother. Well, it was a country school. We had a lot of fun. What are you trying to break your camera or what? What are you doing, girl? What are you?
So we're doing Happy Holidays video, right?
We're also happy about that.
So, because we, every year the city of Rawlins is charge film all departments, councils, so I thought we'd just stand here like before for like a year and agree on this. Unless you want to go somewhere.
What, tomorrow?
No, that's fine. And repeat after me.
Everyone
I
go
don't
outside,
care
I'll
who
stay
you are,
inside.
fat man. Get them reindeer off my new shingles.
Wait for Jackie to come back.
Yes, we can wait. I just wanted to get it set up.
Mountain.
There she is.
So, Jackie, what
If
we've done
Thursday
is
would work better,
we
or
flipped
later
quarters
this week would work better,
and
that's fine.
You lost.
we need to do a video of the council for holidays, and you're the winner. So stand out in front.
Whoa.
Is Chris gonna come later? Should we wait a little bit?
Oh,
Well,
no, you're good. Yeah,
he might
this
come
is,
in just
yeah,
in
this is
time for
mine.
the meeting.
Work
I don't know.
And
Well,
personal,
we
so
can
it's
do one
fine.
now, then he shows if you guys wanna do it after the meeting. We can always do another one.
So anytime after 9 a.m.
I don't pay for that high level of AI. It's not my budget.
So we could convince him he won.
Yeah.
I think it's,
You're doing
You're staying late, Chris.
What
Are you-
are we just
you
saying
said
like Merry Christmas or
Pacific.
what? Or Happy Holidays
From city council,
from the city council?
or city
One,
council.
two,
You're an
three.
hour behind.
I'll count you down.
Makes sense.
I'll count you down.
This is not my,
Oh, no.
3 2 right here? or what?
yes. Is there some,
Other direction.
someone?
So if we,
Tree kick.
so 11 o'clock? Okay. Yeah, that'll work.
Tell us, start getting back.
Okay, well, maybe you four can be on the front. No, no, like.
Let's do Thursday, what time on
Yeah,
Thursday
and
did you
then
say?
we go like.
By all means.
So come forward. Oh, we're not.
Where my heels?
Let's do 10 p.m. specific time with you. And that'll be 11 my time. Yep, that'll be perfect. But I do have to go real quick. I'm sorry. I gotta. Okay. Thanks.
That there. We want to make sure his Mickey is visible. Yes.
He's showing,
So
he's
you're
showing.
gonna, you guys all have your window? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll count you down and you're saying
Holidays from city council.
from city council? Yes? Everybody good?
Whatever you tell me.
You can all say Feliz Navidad, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah. No? Okay. You don't want lines? Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Happy holidays from city council.
That that's great, good job. I could put a Oompa Loompa picture over it, right? Your guys' Oompa Loompas. I might do. We can do it again though, first we go.
Picture, I thought. Yeah. I don't know. That's okay.
Hey, they didn't make her husband stand up. She tried. I saw him that over there.
Yeah.
Can you just let somebody else out? Listen, that's Sasquatch.
I never figured it out.
I don't know if he was. They did a good job.
Yeah, all my schools.
It's one of those projects that it's terrible, isn't it?
What the hell did I do?
We're looking at. This is the last
Well, and that's, you know, and then there's also like so much already on the topic, and is there somebody else, you know, who's a subject matter expert?
But you know, we've got areas, so we have to go look at. There's some good areas there. I do know, to the north of that, we've got a good spot.
that is.
We have 20 years. Subject to yeah, it's right there close, it's on, it says it. Because that would, we'd have to clear up the BLM right now. But that's not.
Well, and actually, I think it's not a city, I think they're their own.
We'll look at that one.
So you are a one vote on the committee, and most of their things don't even come.
You go down in there and see it's got, some random in there, but.
I mean, Bob, I think you would like, in your role, in that committee.
But that is something, I'll talk to Dave, because he's got at least our side.
And actually, that was a lot of the others. So, for example,
That'll be tough, because that's a lot.
there's, Lou and Sonia, or actually, yeah, internal, I'm there, so there's.
That is like a block office. Manufacturing and industrial, it's always open.
I can always have
All get
a different.
what we were meeting Thursday, right?
Yeah.
Thursday?
Exactly.
Okay, I'll do some research on that.
Right. And in terms of learning, I actually didn't even research like how many committees, council members are in,
I haven't called you.
I
I
didn't
want to make sure.
down that far, down their policy is like, well, that speaks on its own. I frankly, I don't
The
know.
other thing I know Lynn talked to you
So,
I get excited.
they have a specialized pool to drop But the unique thing about Laramie is that they are also they are also so that's why I looked at them too.
Okay.
Oh, no, these guys.
Yeah. But just that.
These are all things that can be changed. Whether, the White House Council decides to create some kind of
I believe that is.
procedural policy in regard to I mean, there's probably pros and cons to it. Like a ministerial sense of community, or you were yeah. You can always refuse it. But I
It's on you.
Well, you know, and that's interesting that,
You know, I'm like,
well, yeah, because they don't come here, so it doesn't, I mean, it's not that I think certainly, right, it's their government body, exactly. And you also have educated, knowledgeable, members that are, of that, so that one's a little bit unique in that regard, rather than some of the others. Well, I mean, but also and I'm just thinking about it. You have somebody who is a voting member of the committee, they take more of a vested interest in just then instead of just sitting back and the absorption is different than if you just sit and report like, they're doing something about this thing. Yeah.
So they have to be, yes, and like I said, there's certain times.
Yeah, years ago, we were the last one, like, it's until we like, because you.
That's
Yeah.
I was just.
Right.
Driving
is so I think they're, you know, they can find.
I love that committee too. My favorite. But in a different, well, those are the types of, especially these types of boards. And just like Richard Wilson, been on this for a long time, very, you know, we call him background, institution, things like that.
I know this morning I was like, this much. I was like, it's no, I'm like, really? He's like, well, kind of. Yeah.
And in terms of my recommendation,
Well, we need people.
each one is there's so many different factors. And the other question is, do we have enough citizen members to have a board? You know, we struggle with that. Seats filled for positions. So that is awesome. And at this point,
Well, who is, you know, the police and city Oh, really? Yeah. I just feel like they kind of.
all the way to, yeah.
I don't think, like I said, yeah, not every part. Dale's trying to do that. You know, it's not a for
Well, but there's also this buses, executive sessions, and other bills.
They all.
At least there's no executive session, so it's not like they have
Walk
to
under
get
work
there.
tonight, so
Yeah, you should ask.
should go pretty smooth, but it'll be a while.
I don't know. I think but I don't exactly. It's like the one you're trying to solve. You're with that. It has. That's still way more. Which makes it really hard. So that, yeah, so that's all. Good, how are you? Well, I better move to. Hi, bud. Glad you made it.
Oh, thank you. How are you doing? Good. Oh, you haven't seen her? What a much more as a teacher, I think teaching. She went to and then and she did. She really was. Cool. She still doesn't? I give her a lot of love. Oh, that'd be nice. Oh, yeah.
And
Next time.
I don't know, but here we are.
Yeah.
You know, you got a good company. I used to go do
Well, the technology changes.
If you look, pretty good, pretty good. If you look, if you ever get a chance to see that, where would I see
Last time I had to leave. What's it called?
How are you?
Good.
And your old partner is,
My old partner.
on there. You see this one part coming out of the our next door partner from the old days.
Oh, Aaron. Oh. I'm like, who's my partner?
We calling.
I heard he's like living in Rawlins again.
Yeah, he moved back.
Yeah, because they couldn't sell their house or something. I used to have to kick him under the table all the time. I don't have to kick you.
Good
to know. I was always kicking him. Gosh.
That's what I always gotta keep. Told him to get to CDL, I'll give him a shot.
Oh, really?
He's working down at the Sinclair,
Oh, he is?
at the big gas station down at Sinclair.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, he just posted on Facebook that he was living back in Rawlins.
The place in
So did you get your mountain all packed away?
Yeah, yeah. We moved it back over into the exhibit hall. 3 pieces of it we can get to the doorway. That last piece.
the other businesses, of course, were
Past
still
the
too,
window.
but they.
So did
You
that,
go past the window.
so did that guy get that, thing out that night, or did you make him wait till the next day?
Yeah.
I know he got out that one.
Oh,
Yeah.
I know he was,
After we'd already had our beat and that's all day long.
I know he was pretty intense on it, and he was like, no, it's not. And Harry's old building, she needs to go talk to him about that. Which one? The Harry Rawlins,
In the limit zone.
to the east of,
Oh, the one that used to be the bouncy house?
yeah. Emo Limage bought it, but I don't know if he just bought it because it's too cheap. Or what.
He had to have a place for his detailing
Yeah.
and all that
That's
for
the other
General Motors.
side.
Oh,
He's doing detailing, window tint, and that kind of stuff on
oh,
one side.
congratulations, that's
I think
awesome.
he's back, I think he's just storage in
There's
there.
another big building that has a 12.
Oh, that sounds miserable.
Oh, yeah, she's having a rotten time. So,
Oh.
this summer, she said.
I wondered about, is the
Put
ceiling
our house
high
for sale,
enough?
just see what happens.
Yeah.
So we put this for a God, we live in Landers. God.
Landers too.
10 by 10. I mean,
She says, love you, honey.
and that's
Bye.
She's been gone since. Way.
Well, that was one week
Well,
Debbie and I, Debbie and I thought
Yeah, I
about.
don't blame you. Yeah.
Oh,
That
She probably
the
doesn't
one
miss
across the
you too
street.
much.
No, she's finding money. Well, she's almost just remodeled now.
But that one might work too.
I'm not saying she doesn't miss you,
Last I
but,
heard it.
you
The
know.
only thing she misses, we bought a garage for a recent road, we put it for her. She can't.
Oh, she can't back it out on herself, yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you're.
Yeah,
in that entire.
So I'm excited.
I understand
So
that.
you need an office space and everything?
As soon as she
You need an office space too,
down there,
this
they had
is
the
No, we need
warehouse.
to display it.
first hurricane, then the second one hit basically
Which,
our house.
that's all glass.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
We didn't,
yeah.
Yeah.
we walked
So,
away free.
yeah,
and the
that's
neighborhood
not a bad,
wasn't
I like emails thing.
Well, that's good that you guys didn't get any damage.
What?
Doesn't have how,
Yeah, I came down there, we were out thinking, you know, I'm gonna go save the house.
Huge.
No, you're not gonna do it.
is that roller?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, and in the
yeah.
back, it's a big garage. I mean, you
I've
can't,
been in the back where it used to make.
The dogs blowing down.
oh no, this is even
Stay
back
put.
further.
Oh, I've never been any further.
The back part of it, you could put 2 Candy Mountains in it.
Really?
That big little door on the corner right here.
This one does, yeah,
Yeah.
and it's 10
No,
by
I'm
10
talking
measure.
You made it.
Oh, Amos? Yeah, it's got big old door.
And it's, in the back, it's huge.
Oh, sorry. Swear to God.
I am in, so if everybody wants to read.
You only got half the meeting though.
Still don't like it.
I'm gonna, is that your pencil?
I didn't do it. Oh,
What?
The happy
we drew,
You got to stand up there by yourself.
we drew tags on who's gonna sing Happy Holidays from the council, and you're the winner.
Well, that's cool, because guess what? My delegation ends at this place in like 5 seconds. See you later.
Not acceptable.
Obviously, that's what the citizen said. Boom. Sorry.
10,000 comedians out of work and you're trying to be funny.
Might as well. Gotta
You know
make
what
it.
I thought about all that? What do they know?
I think the same thing.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
What?
Of course, the horses,
On what?
dragons, frogs, and
Yes.
Where
No.
is that
Yes.
amendment?
Yes.
Steve, sorry to bother you, but where is that amendment going to take place on the agenda? Yes, the one,
can preserve or something.
the amendment to the agenda, yeah.
It happens on the agenda.
Family story.
When we approve it.
Yeah, I know. Where's it going to end up at?
When we go to approve the agenda.
But where? In the.
So it's the very next thing after approving the agenda?
No, it's when you approve the agenda.
I know, but where are we going to put it in at?
Like,
Where it says approval of agenda.
Okay, so we'll modify the agenda there. And where is this modification taking place?
All
On
the way
A,
down.
B, C?
All the way at the bottom where it always is. Where it's always at.
No, you sound like that other kid. It's not always at the bottom.
Okay, where do you want it since you're not agreeing with me?
I want it at the bottom.
Didn't I just say?
So it'll be under new business and it'll be I. No. Okay. So it'll be its own, but it'll be after new business, correct?
that's good.
Okay. That's what I wanted to know.
She was upset when she got up. She's like,
So we're gonna add it after 11 as its own category?
Yeah.
oh,
It's gonna become 12 and 12 is gonna
she
become
then
13.
grabbed a brush and started brushing it.
Hey, we got issues, Lynn? Lynn, we really got issues.
Who would dream this up?
I can't log in after the,
It would be nice though if there were a safer place to stand.
Anyway, Steve, we'll put it at the end.
oh, I got it. Come in.
Is that okay with you?
Cars backing up.
Sure.
It's there now.
But you understand why I was asking?
Yes, I
Because it
understand
could have
why
been
you asked. I
anywhere,
got it, yeah.
really.
He's making your life.
No kidding.
It's okay. You asked for a difficult way.
Practice, I'm practicing the move.
Look at your hair. Look at mine.
Yeah, yours just fell out. Mine's still here. And the color of it's like, you know, what, the 74, 1200 now.
So how big a door do you gotta have? How big a door do you gotta be able to get in?
Just one.
How big?
This conversation
How
is
big?
like,
I thought
it's
you
not
said how
me, it's
many.
gotta be you, Steve. That's two.
Did you ask me how many or
How
how big?
big a door?
How
do
big?
you
Oh, you know, 12 feet's gonna be big enough
Go
for
feet
anything
high?
we ever have to move.
12 feet high,
No, wide.
wide?
Yeah.
How tall?
14, 16, 14 probably okay.
Where's this at?
Oh, like 14? That's a pretty good sized door.
That's a big door.
Yeah.
Where's this at?
I know where there's one at, but you can't use it in my garage.
And it's 7 by 16, but I don't need this. Excuse me,
My
7 by
garage, I
12.
can put in a low profile
I told you we were.
and it'll clear my motor, so I think that's
Do
probably.
you know what time that goes at?
What now?
I thought you weren't gonna be here. Oh, my lord.
Yeah, what a day. Fucking. What a week.
We barely left the house. Took Deb for breakfast. We both been kinda suffering from the hair cold or something. Debbie's like, well, let's go outside. It's not really that bad. And I told her, so we both died of pneumonia. What the hell are you thinking, man?
You bet they step outside.
Well,
I started feeling, I get chills real quick and when I got cold, that's what it's been like, oh my gosh.
well, if it wasn't for the wind,
Yeah,
we've got that front corner level.
I see
just have
that.
to put the rocks out.
going by
It's starting to come, but it's starting to look okay, ain't it?
It's all covered with snow.
We had 33 tons of
Oh, wait. It'll update when I'm out of here. Another week, about week, 3
Well,
weeks.
you can blow away.
Oh, that's all, man.
I'm gonna have to buy more rocks.
Look,
I got five, but yo, I had no idea how we were getting into there.
Sure.
The plastic down, so it's, and you
Okay.
have to put the plastic down.
What are they for?
Right away, or the deer stomp it to death.
They cut it
are you
all.
giving them to everybody else?
Shred.
Yep.
Come on, to you guys.
Oh,
A bag?
a bag? Have a
Yeah,
bag.
sure.
Let's just do this.
Let's just hand bags down. Here's your bag, your bag. Yeah, keep on handing.
And them on out.
Keep on going.
That's yours.
If I remember.
These are hats.
That's yours?
If you don't get
Jack, you
one,
don't have one?
No, isn't there two right there?
No. No, he kept
I'm
one.
Terry kept
Oh,
one.
you kept one.
Heck
Terry kept
yeah,
one. Them two.
Yeah, he's not.
Then no, you don't get one.
it's a hat.
It's a hat?
Bruce have one?
Yeah.
That deal hooks up to your ears.
Does Bruce have one now? Oh,
No.
now,
Are
did
you
you
hoarding
lose
them
count?
or what?
No, he's got them all over here.
What?
Are you collecting these?
Obviously,
No, the
someone
Main Street
did.
program gives them. See,
My wife loves these things.
he's got one too.
My wife loves these things. She's got about 30 of them with different stuff in each one.
One of these days I'll
So to answer your question on that,
Yeah, we're stuck with everything.
Yeah.
yeah, you must have been listening.
I was, yeah, thank you for asking that.
I think it's a good deal.
As long as they do something as far as like they do with the bridge, you know, like every time something needs done, they
Well,
can
they
find
can't promise
something.
that.
Yeah,
That's the way it'll work.
or they need to figure out,
I have to turn.
I'm surprised.
the first maintenance.
Oh, I like your jacket.
Yeah, it's pretty big size. I'd like to
So
see a
as far
picture
as
of it all.
scooping snow, it's on your computer,
I'll have to look, but yeah.
on the workshop, or go home and look at it. Some of it's just impossible to read.
That's what, yeah, I was listening to it all. I've been,
Oh, thank you.
And driving like
That's,
30 miles an hour.
that's been a big, being able to drive a pickup through there.
Getting logged in.
No, no, he was driving 90 miles.
everywhere. It's been, yeah.
They do a pretty good job.
When they're short out there.
IDOT just does such a great job.
Well, it ain't their first day out.
Then we had hurricanes, the first time I flew down, we set.
Got a lot more.
I had another guy with him, went to school with his dad, uncle,
And that's really good.
yeah, he's our son.
I am on vacation. I'm down today.
Why not?
Till Friday.
What?
You guys will want all of this stuff.
They've
Concrete
changed.
block.
Yeah, they've taken more pride over it.
Whatever. Without the,
I'm going by the one on the back wall.
oh man, we're never gonna get out of here or start.
It's right twice a day.
Huh?
Yeah, when I first come. I'm looking, what do you guys, you were asking about? And they're like, that clock, I'm like, it hasn't moved.
When I got on the Board of Justice, that's why I came in here and sat here, that's what you said. I'm thinking, how the hell do you read that clock?
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Yes,
I
yes,
can't see that, why can't we
Yes.
read 4 o'clock? There's only read it.
yeah, okay. Yeah. All right. Right. Yes, there is. I know. No, I get it. I need to fill out that application.
Absolutely. So somebody has it.
If I can get into this, because it hasn't been working. 8 other emails. Trust me.
This one contract, did we discuss? Did we good ones already once this year? I don't remember.
One more minute.
We send it directly to staff, and staff has a recommendation, which
And I see that, so.
when they told us the amount,
Yeah, it's
and then we said, okay.
If you ever know how exposed it is when you're watching this thing.
Back when we first got the amount, we decided to come back to us with the it's been
It's never gonna be done. Just keep finding through the, I seen when we got it, but I didn't.
right, and then we during discussion, yeah, we were recommendations to the city manager to have staff come back to us with whatever recommendations they had. And the one that they gave us is not bad.
All right. The time of 7:30 has arrived. I will call this meeting to order. Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Can we have roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Terry Wycombe,
Here.
Vice Mayor Steve Sanger,
Here.
Councilmember Darrell Gardner, Councilmember Tanya Lumen,
Here.
Councilmember Bruce Seeloff,
Here.
Councilmember Chris Weisenberg,
Here.
Councilmember Jacqueline Wells.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, next thing on our agenda is to approve the agenda. Vice Mayor Sanger.
I move to approve the December 17th, 2024 City Council agenda as amended by adding an executive session per statute 164405, Section A, Number 9, to consider or receive any information classified as confidential by law and to come out of executive session per Wyoming statute 164405, Section A, Number 9.
Second.
Been a motion made and seconded to approve the agenda as amended. Is there any discussion? Yes, sir.
Let's put this under Section 12 and move 12 to 13 and 13 to 14, so it's at the end.
Okay. Any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open.
Yay.
Councilmember Lumen,
Yay.
thank you. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is the consent agenda. I would entertain a motion. Vice Mayor Sanger.
I move to approve the city council's, the city's consent agenda of December 17, 2024 as presented.
Second.
Been a motion made and seconded to approve the city's consent agenda of December 17, 2024 as presented. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open.
Yay.
Thank you. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is a public hearing. At this time, I will open a public hearing concerning the renewal of the City of Rawlins Lodge Number 609 Benevolent and Protective Order of the Elks, Number 609, that filed an application for renewal of a bingo, pull tabs, gaming license application for 2025. Is there anybody here that would like to speak to that during this public hearing? Seeing none, I will close that public hearing, and I will move to the next item on the agenda, which is a public hearing. I will open this public hearing. It is a public hearing concerning a resolution authorizing an amendment to the City of Rawlins fiscal year 2024-2025 municipal budget for compliance pay to the City of Rawlins personnel employees. Is there anybody that would like to speak to that at this time? Seeing none, I will close that public hearing. Move to the next thing on the agenda, which is citizens' participation. This is a time set aside by resolution number 2C-1996. It sets a time limit for public comment of 5 minutes for citizens to approach the council and talk about things that are not on the agenda. Is there anybody here that would like to talk to the council, bring information to the council? Seeing none, we will move on to the next thing on our agenda, which is a Community Builder Award for December 2024. And I will turn the floor over to the members of the City of Rawlins Volunteer Committee.
The Community Builder Award is a monthly award the city presents to local individuals, businesses, and organizations for their volunteer service, sponsorship, promotion of programs and events, outstanding service and interest of the city, and for other contributions significant to Rawlins' quality of life. The Volunteer Committee would like to present the December 2024 Community Builder Award to Jim and Mary Penland.
I'm going to bring Mary and Jim up right here. So I had a little fun with this one. I am so honored to celebrate the December Community Builder Award to legacy downtown business owners Jim and Mary Penland. These entrepreneurs, when they started, that wasn't really a word, have played a pivotal role in shaping the character and the vitality of the downtown area and the community. The store started in 1881 with the Rasmussen family, purchased by Jim's parents in 1971. Jim worked there in high school, and in a Rawlins Times article in 2023, he said, "And now I'm still here." And Mary's comment was, "We feel that the store has left us a legacy, and we are very community-minded," Mary said. "We like to give back to the community. We are here because of them." Jim and Mary purchased the store in 1993, a wonderful milestone for Jim and Mary at Rasmussen's Furniture. Their dedication and commitment to the Rawlins community over 3 decades is truly commendable. Commitments such as Jim being involved in Central Rawlins Community Association when the first Main Street program came to Rawlins in the 80s. In December of 2006, they opened their doors to Mountain View schoolers and had a gift wrapping fundraiser. Mary served on the board of directors for the Bank of Commerce since 2006. That back parking lot, lots of events for the depot, used for car shows, and we've even landed helicopters back there. Their donation over the years to organizations such as the Boys and Girls Club, the Carbon County EDC, and the downtown, and the list goes on and on. As a staple and an anchor here in Rawlins, there are many reasons a business might win a community award. Typically, it is due to their significant positive impact on the community. Here are some common factors: exceptional service, check; community involvement, check; longevity and stability, check; innovation, as in one article in 2018, they had to change with the times and change their product; Customer satisfaction, check, check. Economic impact, we all know that. Positive reputation. For Mary and Jim at Rasmussen Furniture, the Community Builder Award recognizes their commitment to excellent customer service, their involvement in local events, their dedication over 30 years, and the trust that they've built with their customers. Truly inspiring. I'd like to present this to you guys. Jim, you have a few words?
I'd like to thank you for this. It's been a long time as we've been doing it, sorry. But it takes a community to be a community. And we appreciate everything the community's done for us, and we give back to the community. Our motto's always been, in a small community like this, there's no more new customers, it's all the same customers. So we've always wanted to take care of that, and through the years, it's been beneficial for us. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. And they chose St. Vincent de Paul as their worthy nonprofit for their donation. We're going to flip you around and do a picture. I'll let you hold that, Jim, if you want.
Well,
Oh, I just wanted to make sure it was spelled right.
Trying to get everybody on council, sorry. Okay, ready?
Thanks.
Congratulations.
All right, the next thing on our agenda is recognition of City of Rawlins employees' longevity for 2024, and I will turn the floor over to you, Tom, sorry.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, and members of the council. Tonight's a special evening for me. We're able to recognize tonight 10 different employees of the city that have reached their 5-year milestones, 5, 10, 15, 20 years. The employees of our city are the backbone of our city organization and of our city. And the effort that they always show and the professionalism which they perform their jobs, and especially these tonight, are such an asset to our city. So I'm happy to be able to recognize them tonight. We have 4 employees that have reached their 5-year term. We have 2 that have reached 10 years, 1 that has reached 15, 1 that's reached 20, 1 that's reached 25, and we have 1 tonight that has reached 45 years with the City of Rawlins. So I will call out their name and I'll have them come up, and we have our pins tonight that we traditionally have given to them on their anniversaries. So I know several of these couldn't make it tonight, but those that have, when I call your name, if you'd come up. Ken Curtin, who works for the recreation as a mechanic, has reached 5 years, and I believe he's not here. He could not make it. Charles Gemelli from the Streets Department has reached 5 years, and I'm not sure that he was able to make it tonight either. Mickey Otto in our attorney office has reached 5 years. So if Mickey will come up. Tops off. There's your pin. I know they can't see it, and here's the certificate. Caleb Miller is here tonight, and he has reached 5 years. you. From our Recreation Department, Candido Cardenas has reached 10 years, and he is out of town tonight. Leah Kettner has reached 10 years. Was she able to make it? Okay. Christopher Craig tonight has reached 15 years. There's your pen. Thank you. From our golf department, Kevin Gannon has reached 20 years, and he is out of town tonight. At 25 years, we have Bud Dominic, who's here with us. At 25 years tonight, we have Jerry Mason, who drives our Cats bus. And at 45 years, we have Jimmy Martinez.
We're certainly lucky to have these folks working for the city, and especially for that length of time. It's amazing. All right. The next thing on our agenda is the presentation of the 2024 Employee of the Year, and I would turn the floor over to you, Tom.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Tonight, for our Employee of the Year, I'll just say right off, it's being awarded to Amber Yardley. So on her nomination, I'd like to read this real quick. On her nomination, Rawlins Police Officer Amber Yardley was selected as Employee of the Quarter earlier in 2024, and now has been selected as Employee of the Year. Officer Yardley has been a member of the RPD for 2.5 years and came to us with prior law enforcement experience. Officer Yardley is assigned as the RPD School Resource Officer and has dedicated her position to ensuring the safety of our students, educational staff, and school environments. Officer Yardley has proven adept in creating relationships and serves as an outstanding liaison between the Rawlins Police and our schools. Additionally, Officer Yardley coaches middle school girls basketball. Officer Yardley also serves as a police, custody, and control instructor and a forensic interviewer. As evidence of her constant pursuit to improve herself, Officer Yardley is about to earn her master's degree from the University of Wyoming. Congratulations. Officer Yardley is a valuable and appreciated member of the Rawlins Police Department and a dedicated and skilled guardian to our community. So with that, here's your certificate. Congratulations.
Okay, the next thing on our agenda is the presentation of the 2024 Supervisor of the Year. And again, I will turn the floor over to you, Tom.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Tonight, our Supervisor of the Year award will go to our Community Development Director, Lou Lascano. Lou has worked as our Community Development Director since June of 2021. Throughout this time, Lou has managed the city's landfill, recycling center, buildings and grounds, central garage, CATS bus, and building code enforcement. As Community Development Director, Lou has been instrumental in bringing several businesses to Rawlins, as well as other contributions to economic development. Lou has been able to bridge the gap between government red tape and improving the lives of the citizens of Rawlins. Lou's actions as supervisor has always been in alignment with the city's culture statement, displaying traits of compassion, competence, and integrity. His actions have always instilled trust in all those that come in contact with him. Lou is building a culture of excellence and accomplishment. He inspires everyone that he comes into contact with. When staffing is low, Lou is always the first to volunteer in frontline operations. He has been seen many times performing inspections, supporting custodians, and performing maintenance work on city facilities. Lou is an exceptional leader, always encouraging staff, supporting staff, and always sharing a positive view of the future. The city of Rawlins is privileged to have someone of Lou's caliber with his insight and dedication in directing the community development department for the well-being of all citizens. Check for you.
We're all cameras, right?
Okay. The next thing on the agenda is the presentation of the 2024 Max Dutton Award. And again, I will turn the floor over to you, Tom.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. The Max Dutton Award is awarded each year to the employee that displays the following characteristics. They are honest and efficient government, being responsive to our citizens, accountability, maximizing one's potential, making a difference, contributing towards the mission and vision of the city of Rawlins. So that's the criteria that we used. A little bit about Max Dutton himself. He worked for the city for 37 years, from September 29th, 1949 through April 28th, 1986. He started working for the city in Department D4, which we may have to go back a while to know what Department D4 was, but it was most likely the utilities. At the time of his death, he was the supervisor for the water treatment and wastewater plant. He was institutional knowledge before Wikipedia for anything to do with water or wastewater at that time. The award was established after his death to those that meet the following criteria based on how Max was during his tenure with the city of Rawlins, and I've read that criteria. So tonight, our Max Dutton Award is going to be awarded to Mickey Otto of the City Attorney's Office. So in her nomination letter, it says, "It is great to honor and enthusiasm that I nominate Mickey Otto for the 2024 Max Dutton Award. Before joining the city attorney's office, Mickey dedicated over 20 years to the Carbon County Sheriff's Office, where she was highly respected and valued team member. Her transition to the city brought with it an impressive array of skills, including a deep understanding of legal and law enforcement practices, the ability to handle sensitive matters with discretion, and an exceptional aptitude for engaging with the public in diverse and challenging circumstances, all of which she continues to apply on a daily basis. Now in her 5th year with the city, Mickey continues to demonstrate the steadfast commitment to excellence. Recently, she achieved a significant professional milestone by earning her degree in paralegal studies and obtaining the prestigious NALA certification as a certified paralegal, an accomplishment recognized by the American Bar Association as a benchmark of excellence. These qualifications underscore her dedication to her profession and have made her an indispensable asset to the city attorney's office. Throughout her tenure, Mickey has navigated the challenges of frequent leadership transitions within the city attorney's office with remarkable poise and resilience. Her institutional knowledge and unwavering commitment have ensured the office not only remained operational during these periods of change, but thrived under her guidance. Her ability to maintain the continuity of crucial legal and prosecutorial, used a big word, prosecutorial matters has been instrumental in advancing the city's goals. Mickey's steadfast dedication to the city, her tireless pursuit of efficiency and honesty, and her unwavering focus of the community's best interest epitomizes the qualities celebrated by the Max Dutton Award. She is an exemplary employee who embodies the spirit of this prestigious honor and a truly deserving nominee.
All right. It's kind of fun honoring all them fine people that work for the city. It's an amazing crew. The next thing on our agenda is city council reports and ward updates. I don't have any Ward 1 update necessarily, but I did go to the Carbon County Council of Governments meeting. It was on November 20th. It was a very quick meeting. There was a discussion about the different participants and what's going on in their communities. It's kind of fun to listen to what's going on there. The reports given were, treasurer's report, the minute. The organization is in really, really good shape. The other thing that we did was we set the meeting dates for this upcoming year, and I don't have those in front of me necessarily, but it's very similar to last year, just so you know. So whoever gets appointed to the COG board, please know that that's a very, very important organization. It's where all the different towns in the county get together, talk about what's good, what's bad. It's amazing how many times one community will be having a problem, another one just fixed, and it's really kind of interesting to see how that all works out. But that was the last one I've gone to. So next on the agenda is the Board of Adjustments, Ward 1 updates. Councilmember Seeloff.
We haven't had any board adjustment meetings, and I don't have any updates right now.
Okay, thank you. The next is Urban Systems Committee and Ward 2 updates. Councilmember Garner.
No updates for the urban systems, and then I don't have any for Ward 2 at this time.
All right. Next is Ward 2 update. Councilmember Lumen.
Don't have any updates, but I truly appreciate everybody who has put up holiday lights downtown as well as individuals. It's nice to drive through neighborhoods and have them all lit up. And I know there's a map of some of the houses out there as well to enjoy this Christmas season. That's all.
Okay, next is DDA Main Street and Ward 3 updates. Vice Mayor Sanger.
I don't have anything for the Ward 3 update, but the DDA Main Street, this is the December calendar, the holiday program stats. Blue Plaid Friday and Small Business Saturday. Businesses were busy on Thanksgiving weekend giving out $500 in Main Street money and over 450 Wyoming local bags. I have one. They all have one. If you want to knock them out and take it, it's okay. Thanking people for staying local and shopping in their downtown. Shop Downtown Win Big has given away $450 so far and another $550 coming this Friday in Main Street money. Get your receipts exchanged for tickets for Friday's drawing at 4 p.m. All monies awarded during this holiday season are funded through sponsors, and we gave out Main Street money to keep spending on winning local in the downtown. Tis the season holiday happenings. 32 different holiday events in the downtown and in Rawlins have been marketed. You can find out all of that information on downtownrawlins.org for all of those happenings. There have been 28,780 unique reaches and almost 85,000 views from the downtown Facebook posts in the last 28 days. A lot of information and awareness about the businesses and activities. We have our actual meeting tomorrow. That strategic planning for 25-26 is underway, especially with the reduction in staff. It will provide directions on projects and programs, set the measurable goals, and continued long-term success of a DDA Main Street. Board and staff will be working with merchants and property owners for their feedback.
There you go. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Next thing is Rawlins Planning Commission and Ward 3 update. Councilmember Weisenberg.
Nothing for Ward 3, or Planning and Zoning. We haven't had a meeting since last meeting, so just Ward 3 update. It's not even about the Ward 3, but approached by a citizen in the grocery store about everybody received an email from council, it sounds like, about a tap size. I've contacted Tom about this. We implemented tap, or being charged by tap size, and a lot of people in residential areas didn't even know what their tap size was or what they were given. I honestly thought it was more so geared towards a commercial at the tap size, but it's across the board that everybody has different tap size. So I've asked Tom to look into that stuff to see like how many 1-inch taps. This is based on a 1-inch tap. It's not a whole lot of money, but it's about $50 a year, I think, is what it comes out to be in difference from a 5/8 to a 1-inch. Who knows why these were installed at random or however it was done in different areas. So I just think that I'm not going to be here, but I think it needs to be continued on to look into this and maybe do some maybe modifications or something could be presented from Tom, if whatever he comes up with for the residential areas of this. So and that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Then member at large, Councilmember Wells.
I don't have anything to report.
Okay, thank you. Next thing on our agenda is the Carbon County Economic Development Corporation update. And so I will turn the floor over to you, Yvonne.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's been a long time. Been crazy busy this last year, so I apologize. I've been around, but not. It's just been in different aspects. Our organization has changed a lot in the last year, growing, and communication around the county is starting to really filter in to the organization, so it's really exciting. I feel that the travels that I've been doing for the last 2.5 years have really paid off as far as building relationships with all the communities in our county. So, in attending meetings and other things. So currently, right now in Carbon County, we have 3, these are non-disclosed projects. 3 in Rawlins, 2 brand new additions, 1 in Riverside, and 2 somewhere in Carbon County. We have, I guess one of the most exciting things through the year, maybe I should go through some of the wins and then I'll piggyback back to what we have done. So future projects in Carbon County, we have in Saratoga 2 projects. 1 is still in a talking phase with no commitments. Rawlins, 3 assist in small business retail repair and restaurant, a small business retail goal of opening after the new year. Ongoing housing solutions countywide, connected with a group MS for Rawlins with an interest in location. I have not heard from this group in quite some time, so maybe Lou has been connected, but I haven't. And that is happening, and we're starting to see that a little bit more. We've got 2 hotel possibilities, but with no date and no progress. As you all know, we've got a triplex that is going in Rawlins, serving as an Airbnb executive type rental. New business signage. This is something that is kind of new for EDC, although Discover Carbon County does have a program for signage, but this is for business. We've done 1 in Sinclair, 2 in Saratoga, 1 in Riverside, and that will continue to grow. But that is, we're, depending on what the budget is, we are trying to help new businesses that are starting up, and so that has been it's been pretty successful. We'll see how things go in the next year, and try to increase for better signage for some of these folks. We've got, I'm part of the planning stages for Hannah Elk Mountain School. They are, their 2025 project is a greenhouse and barn. So they're planning to do an ag program at that school. Some of the wins that we've had that are pretty significant, and I know that everybody's still wondering about the Port Steele project and the fueling station that's going to be 10 to 12,000 square feet, including restaurant, showers, 24-hour automotive repair, convenience store, with the plan of building housing for employees and incentives for traveling workers. The job creation is about 30 people. It is still in, I have not gotten word that it is not going forward, and the developer investor has purchased an additional 121 acres. And so that tells me there that he is very serious about doing development there in the Fort Steele area. So then also, this is the big news. Been working very closely with Tom and the city of Rawlins. Our relationship is really, whether you like it or not, is growing. And it is, it's inevitable. We've got the same goals. We're really working on some very serious things, and things that we can disclose and not disclose. And so I need your support. It is really, really important. It's important not only for our community, but also for the organizations involved. Wyoming Business Council is partnered with a consulting firm out of South Carolina. This is their second round. They did a program 2 years ago where they had selected several different counties in the state of Wyoming. I don't know what other counties they had worked with, but Carbon County was selected this year, and this is a really, really just not only an honor, but this is a really good opportunity for me personally as a director of getting some really good guidance and direction and where we want to see economic development and our growth, not only in our community of Rawlins and being the county seat, but also as a county with our smaller and rural communities. So Tom and I have been meeting pretty extensively. I would say at least, it seems like we only planned like an hour and a half, but it ends up being like all day really. Trying to map out the best locations and trying to get the best bang for our buck, I guess you could say. So we had a stakeholders meeting on November 20th. I invited 48 people. In attendance, we had 30 and 2 on the phone. This was really big, and in the respect that those that were invited that came and showed up was just a really a sign of interest and care and expressing their concern about what is going on. And this meeting was really specific to Rawlins, although we had people from all over the county. So even those around the county, they threw in their 2 cents, but we really got good participation from Rawlins. We will be having another meeting, in-person meeting, coming up February 18th. It's a Tuesday, and it will be held at the Sinclair Parco Theater. This meeting is going to be really deep now. This is going to be addressing the concerns and taking a deep dive plummet. They're going to kind of give us a reality check of what is going on and giving us some direction and where to go next. So we have some homework to do, and Tom, Lou, and I will be sitting down actually this week and going over some our homework and for Rawlins. And the way that I'm seeing this whole program go, it's about a 1-year program. I don't know how often the Insight team, there's 2 people, and then WC team, Wyoming Business Council, I'm sorry for the acronym, we have 4 members of the Wyoming Business Council that is a part of my support group. And so I don't know how often we're going to have the South Carolina group coming actually in person. But with that, we're gonna take whatever we can get and do exactly what they say and really get a good direction in where we need to go. Let's see, what else? I just recently came back from a Mid-America Economic Development conference in Columbus, Ohio, just about a week and a half ago. And let me tell you something, there's 13 states that are involved there, what they consider the flyover states of the United States, who really have a very good understanding about rural community and development. And I learned so much. I thank Wyoming Business Council to sponsor me to go to this conference. Again, that was an honor to be asked. And yesterday I was in a meeting in Hannah, and I know it doesn't matter, but if you recall, about 2.5 years ago, I submitted to Cheyenne, to Cindy Martinez and DEQ Brownfield, businesses and buildings that are under, and we know we have these in Rawlins, we have them all over the county. I was in Hannah yesterday, unbeknownst to me, an investor had called me just before I was going to Columbus and wanted some assistance. And I told him if he could hang on after I get back from Columbus, I know I'm going to have more information for him. Well, I called him yesterday, and he took me to his property. I did not know the buildings and the land that I submitted to the state is not all of them, but three properties were what I submitted to Cheyenne. I talked to Ayers Associates today and also Cindy today, and they commended and said, "You're right on target. This is what we want to see." He has redeveloped, put in apartments in one location, another location tore down 2 houses. Well, there's 3 houses. 2 of them are down now. He is putting up, and it is beautiful, like right at Hannah, right? But the view shed from at the top of the hill, and that view looking over the plains to Elk Mountain is just gorgeous. So 2 homes at 600 square foot are going in right now, and the possibility of another project that he's going to add to this land. Then, of all places in Elmo, I have a picture of it in between a trailer and a home that is sitting east and west. Of all places. So I took this picture because there's no wires, there's nothing going across this little stretch of property. And it was garbage filled, like old vehicles, just sagebrush. It was ugly, ugly, ugly. Well, this investor bought that piece and now it's all cleaned up. So my whole point is that this is going to take time. We're working diligently right now with your funds that you've received for both grants for Brownfield and for community cleanup. Please, we all need to work together and let's make some things happen. So that's really all that I have. Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience. Just continuing to work really hard for the betterment of our community as well as our county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions? I'm sorry. Do you have any questions? Comments?
I don't see any.
Okey-dokey.
Thank you. Appreciate your hard work. Okay, so the next thing on our agenda is city manager and staff reports, and I will turn the floor over to you, Tom.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. First off, tonight, on behalf of all of the employees of the city of Rawlins, we wish the city council happy holidays. And to all those that are listening, residents throughout Rawlins, we wish happy holidays and a happy new year to everyone. The first thing tonight is a reminder that tomorrow night, Wednesday, December 18th, starting at 6 p.m. will be our annual Christmas parade. And the route will start at West Pine and 5th Street, and it'll head down towards West Cedar Street, and then it will turn, and then it'll head towards the depot, where Santa and Mrs. Claus will be there to greet everyone at that time. I was told that so far we have 15 floats for the parade tomorrow, so it will definitely be worth the time to come and to participate in the evening with us. Just by way of reminder to everyone, the city Rawlins facilities will be closing on Tuesday, December 24th at noon, and they will be closed all day Wednesday, the 25th, in observance of Christmas, with all city Rawlins facilities reopening on Thursday, December 26th at their normal hours. And then likewise, the facilities will be closing on Tuesday, December 31st at noon, and all day Wednesday, January 1st, in observance of New Year's Day, with all the facilities reopening Thursday, January 2nd at their normal times. A work session has been scheduled for January 2nd for council. And what this work session will entail is essentially training to the new council members. So we will go over the legal aspects of being on council with Panita. And then I will go through how the city is structured and the financial aspects that council is aware of, but it is training those newer ones. And then Mayor Wycombe will be able to talk a little bit about parliamentary procedure of the meetings, how the meetings are ran, and essentially what it means to be a council member, you know, to the new ones coming on. So kind of passing the torch, I guess, if you will. And so that is scheduled on January 2nd at 6 p.m. and it'll be here in the council chambers. The other items I will hit on later in the agenda that I have, so that'll be my report.
Right, thank you. Next thing is city attorney report. Do you have anything for us?
I do. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Council. Just one item to update. The Rawlins PD and Carbon County Sheriff's Office have formalized an MOU in which they formalizes their cooperative relationship for the safe keeping and safeguarding of our school children. And that was finalized today. We will be getting signatures by all the parties and circulating those as soon as we can get that done. But that was completed today, and just wanted to let everybody know.
Councilman Weisberg.
With that, what are we as a city going to be watching over?
School children. So this, what this does, I'm sorry if I.
No, what school?
So the Rawlins, so there are two SROs in Rawlins, and there are so SRO is the acronym for School Resource Officer. School Resource Officer essentially provide the safety and law enforcement authority within the schools to keep us safe. Unfortunately, we live in a day and age where we do want to have those additional safeguards for our children. The Rawlins Police Department has an SRO representative in the Rawlins Middle School, Rawlins Elementary Schools, and the Victory High School. The Carbon County Sheriff's Office has an SRO at the high school, and they also have an SRO at Little Snake River Valley. So this is an agreement regarding Carbon County School District Number 1.
So we're going to be the same schools we have been for the last couple of years?
Absolutely, yes.
That's what I'm asking, what schools we're watching.
Okay, is that it?
Yes, it is. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. All right, next thing on our agenda is direction from city council to city manager. Does anybody have anything? Seeing none, we will move right on to unfinished business. And I would entertain a motion. Councilman Wells?
I move to untable the approval of Amendment 1 to the Cooperative Agreement 69047 between Wyoming Department of Transportation and the City of Rawlins, Wyoming for Project B-22-1008 for the Rawlins pedestrian underpass located on Higley Boulevard, Rawlins, Wyoming, due to the inflation of project costs. Amendment 1 is contingent on the State of Wyoming Attorney General's Office signing prior to the City of Rawlins signing. This amendment will allow the project to move from the engineering phase to the construction phase in the summer of 2025. That was tabled at the City of Rawlins regular council meeting on December 3rd, 2024.
Second.
There has been a motion made and seconded to untable the approval of Amendment 1 to the Cooperative Agreement number 69047 between Wyoming Department of Transportation and the City of Rawlins, Wyoming for project number B-221008 for the Rawlins pedestrian underpass located at Higley Boulevard, Rawlins, Wyoming, due to the inflation of project costs. Amendment 1 is contingent on the State of Wyoming Attorney General's Office signing prior to the City of Rawlins signing. The Amendment 1 will allow the project to move from the engineering phase to the construction phase in the summer of 2025. That was tabled at the City of Rawlins regular council meeting on December 3rd, 2024. Is there any discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. Councilman Wells?
I was going to do the next motion.
Right.
Okay. Move to approve
I'm sorry.
Amendment 1 to the Cooperative Agreement 69047 between Wyoming Department of Transportation and the City of Rawlins, Wyoming for Project B-22-1008 for the Rawlins pedestrian underpass located on Higley Boulevard, Rawlins, Wyoming, due to the inflation of project costs. Amendment 1 is contingent on the State of Wyoming Attorney General's Office signing prior to the City of Rawlins signing. This Amendment 1 will allow the project to move from the engineering phase to the construction phase in the summer of 2025.
Second.
Been a motion made and seconded to approve Amendment 1 to the Cooperative Agreement number 69047 between Wyoming Department of Transportation and the City of Rawlins, Wyoming for project number B-22 project B-221008 for the Rawlins pedestrian underpass located on Higley Boulevard, Rawlins, Wyoming. Due to the inflation of project costs, Amendment 1 is contingent on the State of Wyoming Attorney General's Office signing prior to the City of Rawlins signing. This Amendment 1 will allow the project to move from the engineering phase to the construction phase in the summer of 2025. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is new business. Approve some minutes. Do I see a motion? Vice Mayor Sanger?
I move to approve city council minutes of December 3rd, 2024, regular city council meeting as presented.
Second.
Been a motion made and seconded to approve city council minutes of December 3rd, 2024 regular council meeting as presented. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas and 1 abstain. The 1 abstain was Councilmember Gardner.
Okay. The next thing on our agenda is to approve designation of the 2024 funds of Wyoming Community Gas. Vice Mayor Sanger.
I move to accept and authorize the 2024 Wyoming Community Gas designation of funds in the amount of $11,517.81 for new curtains to be added to the cemetery pavilion.
Second.
In a motion made and seconded to accept and authorize the 2024 Wyoming Community Gas designation of funds in the amount of $11,517.81 for new curtains to be added to the cemetery pavilion. Is there any discussion? Councilman Weisenberg?
So last year, we designated the $11,323 given to us for the southwest field of this sports complex to complete the scoreboard, or to get a new scoreboard, and under the understanding that it wasn't going to be enough, and I thought the understanding of that is to continue the project and to allow this to fund the rest of that project to allow a new scoreboard. That's where I thought we were going to go with this. I don't know where the new curtains come from for the cemetery pavilion come into play here. So at this time, I'd like to amend a motion to put the $11,517.81 towards a new scoreboard at the sports complex southwest field.
Second.
Did you second that?
Yeah, I second that.
Okay. So there's been an amendment proposed to spend this money, the $11,517.81, on the scoreboard for the
sports complex southwest field.
Okay, sports complex southwest field. Is there any discussion?
Can I?
Yes, please.
Hi. Good evening, council. The scoreboard that I have gotten a quote from the league that uses that field, they have not given me the go-ahead specifically for that, but the quote is $11,665 for that scoreboard. So I don't know if that's just additional information for that.
Last year's funds.
For that specific scoreboard.
That was last year's funds.
Yeah.
So we were 300 short. Is that correct?
Correct.
So, Councilman Weisenberg?
I know prior Jason was working on this, and the scoreboard that he was interested in putting up there was in the $20,000 range. So I think, in my opinion, I think that needs to be relooked at and be an adequate scoreboard for, and for the price that you're given at this quote. Make sure it's adequate enough before any kind of other funds are reallocated out to any other projects. I mean, it can come back in front of council and be reallocated if the price or move to another scoreboard possibly.
Mayor, we have to have this into the Wyoming Community Gas by the end of this year, December 31st. So we have to make a decision. I have to submit it to the Wyoming Community Gas of where the funds are going to be going.
And the scoreboard that I did quote you came directly from the Legion team.
So let me just make sure I understand this. So last year there was $11,300-ish.
I don't have the exact number.
323,
It's
I
in
think.
there.
And that was to buy the scoreboard you're talking about.
It's on board docs, excuse me, I'm sorry. It is on board docs, how much we receive and where it was allocated.
So
Right there,
with that allocation last year,
11,000.
that
11,000.
comes very, very close to paying for the scoreboard you're talking about. So to me, there would be no reason to allocate this money to that scoreboard.
Correct, and I do have baseball support funding that could cover the additional 300.
Councilman Weisenberg?
Is there a possibility this could be allocated to the other field that actually brings in other teams coming to Rawlins? It's now designated as a the Babe Ruth, Junior Babe Ruth also, to make sure that we actually upgrade the facility properly. Because both scoreboards down there don't work properly.
There is, I think that's a council decision.
Can he make a friendly amendment?
Well, just a minute here,
adjust that?
we're in the middle of discussion on the amendment.
Yeah.
And I noticed Councilman Lumen had her hand up, and then Vice Mayor Sanger in that order.
I'm just very curious as to where the idea for curtains or the cemetery came from, and wouldn't curtains in our wind and weather be ruined in a matter of seconds?
The curtains that are currently at the cemetery, they roll up and roll down for wind protection. That's specifically what they're for services.
Okay.
They're ratted and torn, and it is something that we definitely need to look at.
Okay. How often are they rolled down?
That would be a good question for Lou.
I don't think I've ever seen them rolled down. They're always, because the wind would just, are you getting Teflon curtains?
Honorable Mayor and Council, we currently have tent-type material for the curtains that are there now.
Okay.
And due to the previous administration not taking care of what we had, these are now ruined. What we're running into with services is the wind coming through now is knocking their flowers down. We're afraid we'll lose an urn with the ashes of a loved one that's on the table. So going over there and just watching, you know, the way that wind comes in that direction, you're right, these should be rolled up after every service we have. In probably the last, say, 10 to 15 services that have been provided in that area, we have lost flowers. We've lost the stand-up wreaths that are up there due to the wind coming through that area.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Sanger?
So, do we not currently have a scoreboard at the VFW fields that has not been installed?
There is one that has not been installed yet at the VFW. We do have it in the park shop. We were working with several personal electricians to get that done this summer, and it was never able to come together.
Okay, so we have one already at the VFW fields, and we've allotted money, $11,323, to a scoreboard for the sports complex Southwest Field.
Correct.
So 2 scoreboards have been allotted already.
Correct.
Councilman Weisenberg?
So these are totally different fields. VFW and the sports complex are different fields. But I feel strongly that we should upgrade what we have in there. And the other thing I'd like to point out, it's Wyoming community gas money that's coming to our community, and it's a way to show recognition. And I'm not saying that at this point in time, maybe the curtains probably need replaced, right? But how do you show recognition for curtains to Wyoming Community Gas? And on a scoreboard, you can at least say donated and by Wyoming Community Gas to give them a big thank you, right? that's just how I see the funds being used. I would like to offer a friendly amendment to put that money towards the other scoreboard at the sports complex, which would be the northeast field, I believe.
I'll second his friendly amendment that I seconded the first time.
I'm gonna throw my 2 cents worth in. I can tell you that a plaque up there at the cemetery saying these curtains have been provided or donated by Wyoming Community Gas is just as respectful as if it were on a scoreboard. When you go to a funeral and things aren't being done just right, to me, it's kind of a lack of respect for the family and for the departed. And of all places that we should be doing things really, really right and respectful, you would think would be at the cemetery. So I think that's the best place for it. Councilman Garner?
I think the money being spent at the cemetery is the right place. It's definitely improved over the years, but we still have our water issue. And that water issue at the cemetery, the amount of money we are wasting every summer to have somebody manually water, we're now 2 years out from the last time we approved this, and it was suggested to repair the sprinkler system. If we had put that much into it, we 22,000 closer to getting that done. And then once that's done, we're gonna save, if I remember right, roughly 15,000 a year just in wages for the person who runs that. And that will increase the green space, beautification, because it will be timed, it'll be ran correctly. And I know Senior talked about it in depth multiple times now. So I think, I agree, it should go to the cemetery. I think I still believe it should go to the water. That's our biggest issue. So I'd hate to throw it to something that's not gonna benefit us, and we can do the black like he said. It's still a nice thank you and a sign that can be put up for them, so.
Any further discussion? We have an amendment on the, an amendment to vote on. Seeing none, please open online voting, and this is for the amendment.
The friendly amendment for the scoreboard on the northwest. Or is it
Correct.
Northeast.
northeast? I apologize. Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion does fail. The motion was 2 to 5 nays. The 2 yays was Councilmember Wells and Councilmember Weisenberg. The nays was Mayor Wycombe, Vice Mayor Sanger, Councilmember Gardner, and Councilmember Lumen, and Councilmember Seeloff.
Okay, thank you. So we go back to the original motion, which was to use this money to purchase the curtains at the cemetery, at the gazebo up there. Is there any further discussion on that item? Councilman Weisenberg?
So Councilmember Gardner has alluded to putting this money towards a sprinkler system in the aspect of how he had mentioned this in what he was talking about, not the curtains. So is that a quick question, is that something you would like to do instead of the curtains at the depot or at the pavilion? Would you like to put it towards a water system, sprinkler system at the Is that what you're looking at this? So, it's up to you if you, I mean, if you want to make an amendment or not. I just figure I'm just offering a supportive, you know, if you want to make an amendment to a motion now to go back to, change it from curtains to a sprinkler system, you can have the floor possibly, and make that.
Councilman Garner.
I don't know if I've done this before. I'd like to make a friendly amendment to the motion to put these,
You can make a motion to amend the original motion to reflect something else.
okay, but, making a motion to amend, or, right, amend, say that again, sorry.
To amend the motion.
Amend the motion, to designate the funds of $11,517.81 from Wyoming Community Gas to go to rehab or rebuild of the sprinkler system.
Second.
So there's been another amendment, and it has been, the amendment to the original motion is to change the funding to the irrigation system in the amount of $11,517.81. Again, I will ask for discussion. Councilman Weisenberg?
I just want to point out that that is for the sprinkler system rehabilitation at the cemetery. Just, it was not mentioned in the motion that Councilman Gardner was amending, so just to double check, make sure that's in there.
Vice Mayor Sanger?
So I understand the need for that particular thing, but this money is going to fix a single problem that will be fixed for a couple of years. The cemetery's water system is a budgeting item that you can add money to by using this money, but you're still going to have more money. You will have not solved the curtain problem, and you will have not solved, without budgeting, the water system problem. So for me, it's definitely you have to figure out what you're going to use that money for to get something fixed currently, not something you're going to be adding to later on.
I would also add to that is it's just a question, what's it gonna cost to fix that irrigation system? What number do you have?
It depends. I'm sorry.
I'm asking Councilman Garner, because he's the one that made the motion. I'm just curious.
I think the last number we were told, if I remember right, was by Sanger, and it was roughly 60, I think it was around 65,000.
Okay. Any more discussion? Councilman Weisenberg?
I would just want to throw out the point that Councilman Sanger is making here, to me is not the greatest valid point in that aspect of things, just, and no disrespect. It's just a fact that we have maintenance items on curtains, we have maintenance items on scoreboards, we have maintenance items on sprinkler systems, on pavilions and parks. We have OEM on everything we have within the city that needs to go into an operational budget, and in the end scheme of things. So I'm not trying to discredit you or anything, but I just want that to be thrown out there, that there's always going to be a maintenance item on those. And if curtains is the way that we're going to put money towards, it's going to be the same concept of what we are dealing with at this point in time up there in 2 years, possibly. So that's where I just want to throw that out. So
I want to point out that when Wyoming Gas gives these donations, they really want to walk up to something that's been done and see a plaque, so they get credit for it. I don't know how you would build a plaque that 11,000 out of the 60,000 or who knows how much, 100,000. I mean, I just don't know how that would work where to have a funeral up at our cemetery, the dignity should be shown to the family and to that member, and where this amount will start and complete a project, that's a little bit easier to flag for community gas. I just want to keep pointing that out. Councilman Seeloff.
It's more for Tom, for the water system, that, we can get grants for that, can't we?
Honorable Mayor, Councilman Seeloff, yes, that is a possibility to get grants through the Conservation District and different organizations.
So, probably can't get grants for the curtains, but we can get grants for the water system.
That's for anything.
So,
Any further discussion? Okay, so we're voting on the second amendment to spend the money on sprinklers at the cemetery. Any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion did fail. 3 yea and 4 nay. The 3 yea was Councilmember Weisenberg, Councilmember Gardner, and Councilmember Lumen. The nays were Mayor Wycombe, Vice Mayor Sanger, Councilmember Wells, and Councilmember Seeloff.
Okay, so now we're back to the original motion.
Yes,
of
we are.
putting the money towards the curtains at the gazebo at the cemetery. Is there any further discussion?
How much are the curtains?
What the cost were of the curtains?
Honorable Mayor and Council, we did price them a year and a half ago, and they were around 7,000 plus.
So it'll be a hair more than that, more than likely.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion does pass with 5 yeas and 2 nays. The 5 yeas was Mayor Wycombe, Vice Mayor Sanger, Councilmember Lumen, and Councilmember Seeloff, and Councilmember Gardner, I apologize. And the nays were Councilmember Wells and Councilmember Weisenberg.
All right, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is to approve the Rawlins Lodge poll taps. Councilman Wells.
I move to approve the City of Rawlins Lodge number 609 benevolent and protective orders of the Elks. 609 bingo pull tabs gaming licensure application with license in effect until December 31st, 2025.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the City of Rawlins Lodge number 609 benevolent and protective order of Elks, number 609 bingo pull tabs gaming license application with license in effect until December 31st, 2025. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is item D. Councilman Wells.
I move to approve Dirty Boys Sanitation Services and Wyoming Environmental Services, Inc., City of Rawlins Municipal Solid Waste Haulers License for the licensing period of January 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2025.
Second.
In a motion made and seconded to approve Dirty Boys Sanitation Services and Wyoming Environmental Services Incorporated, City of Rawlins Municipal Solid Waste Haulers License for the licensing period of January 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2025. Is there any discussion? Councilman Garner.
If there's a discussion, I'll leave the room.
Okay. Councilman Weisenberg.
Yeah, just quick questions. I would like to know any notable violations from either hauler, and or was the applications filled out correctly and submitted on time by both individuals applying for the license renewals?
Honorable Mayor, Councilman Weisenberg, the applications were completed adequately, so there were no omissions within the applications, and through our research that there were no citations or events of that nature.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas and 1 abstain. The 1 abstain was Councilmember Gardner.
All right, thank you. We will move on to item E. Councilman Weisenberg.
I move to authorize the city manager to negotiate a contract with Ayers and Associates, Inc., out of Cheyenne, Wyoming, for the professional environmental services for the City of Rawlins, Wyoming Brownfield Community-wide Assessment Grants.
Second.
In a motion made and seconded to authorize the city manager to negotiate a contract with Ayers and Associates, Inc., out of Cheyenne, Wyoming, for the professional environmental services for the City of Rawlins, Wyoming Brownfield Community-wide Assessment Grant. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I would ask for online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. Next thing on our agenda is item F. I would entertain a motion. Councilman Wells.
I move to approve and authorize Mayor Terry L. Wycombe to sign on behalf of the City of Rawlins, Carbon County, Wyoming, to enter into an agreement between Jack Martin Cozart and Eldon Mann Cozart, subject to the terms and conditions set forth in the agreement to purchase real estate comprised of 6 parcels and personal property commonly referred to as the Lawrence Salvage Yard, to be purchased as is, with the funds coming out of the City of Rawlins Dangerous Building Fund.
Second.
In a motion made and seconded to approve and authorize my signature, authorize Mayor Terry Wycombe, me, to sign on behalf of the City of Rawlins, Carbon County, Wyoming, to enter into an agreement between Jack Martin Cozart and Eldon Mann Cozart, subject to the terms and conditions set forth in the agreement to purchase the real estate comprised of 6 parcels and personal property, commonly referred to as the Lawrence Salvage Yard, to be purchased as is, with the funds coming out of the City of Rawlins Dangerous Building Fund. Is there any discussion? I saw yours first, Vice Mayor Sanger.
So, in in the contract, we get an Exhibit A that gives us a list of all the vehicles, VIN numbers, and title numbers that belong to those vehicles. Is this a complete list of every vehicle and/or item up on that hill that is currently sitting there?
Honorable Mayor, Council, Vice Mayor Sanger, no, it is not a complete listing, an inventory of everything up there. It is an inventory of those items that do have titles that are easily identifiable. The language of the contract also states at Section 2, at Article 2, I'm sorry. It is 1.0102. So it is everything in that list plus anything that is left there after closing. The reason for that is that the Cozarts did allow third parties to store certain personal property up there, which consisted of some vehicles, certain trailers, and they are in the process of removing those. The Cozarts have communicated to me as late as this afternoon that there will be some of those items that are being moved by third parties that were from out of town, and so those should be completed by the date of closing.
Yes, sir.
So the problem I have with that is we don't have a list of every item that is on that hill, so there's no way for us to know whether the people removing it are removing something that belongs to them. We don't have a way of knowing that. So if we don't have a way of knowing that, they could be removing something that is supposed to remain with the property, but we don't have a way of verifying that or controlling that.
What we do have is a list of items that are ascertainable, and if those items are missing, there's...
Right, but you don't have the list of all items. So if they remove something, there's a catamaran sitting up there, on trailer, fully decked, ready to go, not on this list. There's a Fiat 500 sitting up there, not on this list. Those things, we don't know who they belong to. And we can't verify whether the person that is removing it, that belongs to them. We don't have a way of doing that.
If it's not on this list, this is not specifically property belonging to the Cozarts, and so it is more likely than not that property that belongs to third parties who are removing the property as requested.
The way I see it is if it's on the list and Cozarts have the title, that goes with the property.
But there's things on this list that have no title.
Right, but it's on the list also.
Right, but there's stuff on that not on that list. That you
Okay,
can't
but
verify that they have
Well,
titles.
do you realize that list would fill this room? I mean, how many millions of wheels are there, drive shafts, differentials?
They don't have VIN numbers. The boat has an actual licensing number on the side of the boat.
Okay, but it's obviously not on the list, so.
Right,
So
but I
guess
don't
what?
know who owns that.
Who cares? It's not us. It's not on the list.
Okay, that means we're giving away property that we don't know whether it's ours or not ours.
Once
That's the
this
problem I
sale
have.
is closed, anything that's left does revert to the city.
So if they leave it up there on the
And-
signature tonight, it doesn't belong to them anymore.
If they leave it up there
No, I mean tonight.
On day of closing.
on day of closing,
Mm-hmm.
and it's up there, it's now the city's. Correct?
Correct, and the reason, for example, a catamaran that does have a valid VIN is not on this list is because it does not belong to the Cozarts and they do not have the right to transfer it. Unless it stays there after closing.
You have something, Councilman Lumen?
And it has here any outstanding or delinquent taxes for property or other taxes shall be satisfied prior to closing, less any prorated amounts. I just wondered if there was any possible legal language to cover environmental. If, because we do plan to have the brownstone look at it again and make sure that as you dig up that dirt, that we don't have a major environmental problem? Is there any language environmentally that would put that responsibility back on the buyers?
That is actually that's contained in section 3.01.02, which is environmental compliance and indemnification. The agreement for this property is that it is, at the date of closing, it is as is. The city is also, along with having conducted a Phase 1 ESA study up there, conducted through Terracon, completed October 28th. I have the exact date. October 18th, 2024. No material issues were found. I also followed up and duplicated some of the same studies, and I reached out to the Wyoming DEQ. I also submitted a public records request for the history of that property, going back as far as the DEQ has records. I did receive that response to my records request today, in which there are no records for that property. So there are no known spills, there are no known issues. The Terracon study did state that there is no visible contamination. However, they did recommend a Phase 2 study to see if there's anything that is, that would require some more probing, which would be some probing, a little bit of drilling to ascertain the condition of the property. The language of Title 3, Section 3, does discuss everything that I researched there, including the EPA. There had been some concerns. Is this was it previously the location of a dump? Is it a Superfund site? I did conduct all of the research to ascertain that it is not. If for some reason there was any reason for any of the parties to have concealed that information, this does cover us, because they have disclosed to the best of their abilities and their knowledge the condition of the property, in addition to the other research that we've done to understand the condition as is. I'm sorry, did that answer your question?
Yeah. Yes.
Councilman Garner?
It does state on section 5 of that, it says, however, sellers are not responsible for conditions reasonably apparent or discoverable during the buyer's inspection, nor for environmental issues that may be discovered in any future site assessments, such as a Phase 2 ESA or during cleanup efforts conducted by buyer following closing. So, pretty much, they've disclosed that from their knowledge, they don't know if there's anything worse. So, but if there is, it's going to be our responsibility to take care. Does that help answer your question?
Yeah. Yes, thank you.
Councilman Weisenberg?
What is the projected closing date? If so, if this so passes, I know it says shall be done at a time and place mutually agreeable to the parties to occur before December 31st, 2024 at 12 p.m. What is the projected date?
The target date is by the 31st of December. The reason for that, the Cozarts have taken care of any property taxes. There are no liens or any issues with the property. And it was just in the interest, their request to see if we could get this done by then, so that there wasn't any prorated amounts. Also, I do want to make sure that the council is clear that there is so if you scroll up to page 2, there's a map. And that is the general outline of the property. And so you'll see the shaded areas 1 through 6. And there's that little bit at number 1 that is not shaded in. There has been a question in regard to the ownership of that parcel with the Petersons. So that part is being excluded. The Cozarts and the Petersons are working out the details of that and that piece of the property is excluded from the city's purchase. The city will not have any liability for any ownership concerns or disputes regarding that portion. And so any delays may be due to getting a finalized survey and boundary line that aligns with that portion, that parcel 2, and going all the way down through parcel 1.
That piece of property is the one that had all the train cars on it that is in question there. That is not the property we're buying.
What's the strip down the middle?
City owns that piece of property.
That was
Odd
actually
place
a right-of-way. Originally, I don't know when it had been platted as a neighborhood, that was going to be like a cul-de-sac and a utility easement.
Okay, thanks.
Councilman Garner?
Honest thing.
So over the last, since this was approved, to reach out to this, to the property owners and discuss this purchase. This is probably this is probably one of the hottest topics I've ever been approached on, even more so than the water. Water, people understood. This one, they're not, is the understanding for the purchase of this. When I try to explain to them the reasons, they don't care. They want to focus on the water. They don't want this purchase of this property. It's, for one, one of the biggest issues I see with it is we have private investors that have mentioned that they would love to reach out and try to get this property. And I think as a city, getting in the way of them to do so is horrible of us. I don't think it's a good thing. I know the idea is to clean up the site because of the burn. It's industrial, but you can't see it. Most people didn't know until the fire happened, and then even after the fire happened, you still can't see how bad this site is. Now I do agree it needs cleaned up, but if private investors, and they've been pretty vocal online, even in public, I think we, at this point, listen to the public. I mean, if you look on Facebook, there's a lot of people talking about it, and we listen and say, okay, we're not going to invest in this. This is what the people want. They're being very vocal about it, and I think it's not in our interest to listen to them on this one. And because we have examples of properties that we've bought and then we haven't sold, and cleaned up in that we haven't sold. So what we're presenting to them is the same thing we've presented like in 2017 for the purchase of those properties. Purchased, cleaned up, still sitting there. I think it's on Spruce Street, that lot, I believe it's city-owned. Last one I looked on GIS, it was prime real estate for commercial zoning, and we haven't sold it. So I think once we show that that's what we're doing and start moving some property, then show them, show them some proof of this work, then it's worth doing something like this. But at this time, I just still think the private investors should be the ones that do this.
Councilman Wells?
On the flip side of that, Daryl, and I respectfully disagree with you, there are people that have reached out to me on the other end of that spectrum that are applauding our efforts to clean up a blighted property. So I think sometimes people online can be loud, but there are other citizens that are backing this as well. I don't want people to think that it's just all or nothing in this situation. But on the other side of that coin, we have fixed up properties. There is an example on the south side as you go over the bridge. I believe it's that one with that nice house that he's added onto. That was a property that the city did purchase, and tore the house down, cleaned up the property, and sold the lot. And now we have a beautiful home sitting on that lot. That's just one example. So there is examples of that as well. I would love to see this property that you just disclosed go up for sale. We might need to look into that. But there is instances where the city has went in, remediated the property, and then turned around and made it better for the citizens. And I know a lot of people have been struggling because we can't do that with the Pink Motel. We've all want the Pink Motel gone. I want it just as bad as every person in this room wants it gone. But I also, sometimes it's an opportunity that presents itself. The guy that owns the Pink Motel is sitting in prison, and he's not offering for us to come by and take care of his property. And if he was, would we want to fix up a blighted property so he can turn around and make a profit off of it? I don't want to do that. I don't want to benefit somebody that's a property owner that hasn't done anything with the property. We're purchasing this. I'm hoping in the next few years that we can turn around and we can clean this up and sell it, and we can show the city our efforts. We've put a lot of, on that backboard, strategic planning, put a lot of time and effort into what we discuss as beautification projects. And to me, this is a prime example of an area we can fix and we can make better for our citizens. And so that's my opinion. And I do realize there was a lot of flack on social media, but sometimes those people that are the loudest, and then you get the kudos on the back end from people saying you're doing the right thing in private, because they don't want to stand up against people screaming and yelling on social media. I don't want to do that either.
I would like to dissect the whole thing. A lot of people on social media and have approached me, say, why don't you spend that money on the water system? I didn't realize they want to make more water payments, because right now they have to pay for the water. If we borrow money or loan money, because it is an enterprise fund, if we loan it more money, how's that going to get paid back? By raising the water rates, an additional water payment, number one. So certain monies can't be spent a certain way, and if we do that and loan that enterprise fund, say that amount of money, the money was meant for derelict buildings, cleaning up, that sort of thing. That's exactly what this project is. It can be the most amazing economic development thing that the city has ever done. You're going to end up with realtors involved. You're going to end up with contractors involved. You're going to end up with lumber yards. There's just a myriad of things that can happen there, and there's no doubt in my mind it will happen. It's a 12-acre piece of land in the center of our town, and if you went up there, no one would want that in the center of their town. It's a mess. Now, the other thing of it is if you leave it to the private people to clean it up, they don't have the wherewithal that the city has. We have a grant that'll take care of it. We can get more grants. Individuals don't have the opportunity the city does to get this ready. Other towns, they do the shovel-ready thing and they get these areas ready for development. And guess what? They develop them and they end up incredible. Go out there to Menards at Casper. Everything out there, that was all speculation. The same thing can happen here. But I can tell you, if anybody in this town wanted to go up there and look, that is not something you'd want in the middle of your town. So, it's a way to achieve some of the goals back there that we've decided on for years: beautification, opportunity, low-income housing. Like you talk about the EPA, it's scary. It's not that scary. It already has passed phase 1 twice. within 6 months of each other. And the phase one, if you have a phase one done on a piece of property, you now have the right to build low-income housing, multiple family housing. There's a lot of things you can do right now. The other thing is, okay, what if some of that dirt needs hauled off? Guess what? We have to have dirt that goes to the landfill to cover up the C&D pit, the construction and the cement, the wood, all that stuff, the construction pit. The city has to buy that at times. There it is. It's right there. You know, I mean, there's just all kinds of ways to look at this, and for sure it's a good deal. I'm not kidding you. This is a thing that you could sell a few home sites off of, pay for the whole property, and create a lot of economic development. Councilman Weisenberg.
I just want to say, Councilman Wells, thank you for pointing out the squeaky wheel gets the grease a lot of times, right? That's exactly what it amounts to. I've had a lot of people approach me the same way as in private and say, go for it, thank you for wanting to do something better. Councilman Gardner, the mayor's hit the nail on the head with the enterprise funds. I can tell you over the past 4 years, I've sat up here countless amounts of times and talked about enterprise funds, countless amounts of times. And it's like people don't listen. People don't want to hear that. They don't understand. So I myself would just ask that maybe you explain the enterprise funds to these individuals that's not hearing the proper use and everything of how enterprise funds have to be self-supporting, and explain to the citizens that's approaching you to say, we need to use that for a water system, exactly how the mayor has said this, and say, do you want another loan associated with a water fund to make your water bill increase more? Because that's exactly how it has to happen. You have to be able to pay for that, and if we're struggling to pay now, we have to raise the funds again to pay for another loan. I think that would be the way to approach these citizens that's coming to you and explain an enterprise fund at a landfill, the water, the sewer, everything we have that's an enterprise fund. Start explaining that and expressing the concerns with enterprise funds, because if they're not being explained to and they're not tuning in to a council meeting and where they could hear what's being said, it's our duty to explain to them and have them understanding it. If they are approaching you at that point in time, it's your due diligence also to explain that to them so they have that understanding of what an enterprise fund is, so it could be straight on the back end and where they understand what this funds are meant for, what is possibly going to be utilized for tonight.
Sorry. I just have one more comment. The Dangerous Building Fund was designated for this purpose, to buy land and then resell it. And if we make a little bit of money off of this land, it's only going to grow our Dangerous Building Fund, which is going to help us be able to do more projects like the Pink Motel in the future. And so to me, that's super important. Now, the city's not out to make money. That's not our gig. We're not here to sell property and try to make all kinds of money. But the money we do make will go back into that fund and be able to help us support and do other projects in the future. And so I'm thinking more a little bit long-term, hopefully like a 5-year plan, and to be able to not only replenish what we just spent, but also put a little extra cushion in there so when good opportunities present themselves, we can move forward and clean up properties as we go. I think we need to think bigger than we have been thinking in Rawlins for years. Rawlins tends to get stuck in these ways of thinking where we don't want to expand how we're doing things. Well, if we want shovel-ready properties, we want people to move here, we want people to move in, put businesses here, we have to think bigger, and we have to have places for them to put the things. And they're not going to be able to just come in and clean up a junkyard, or they're not even going to see the potential in a junkyard like the city can. So that's my last 2 cents on that.
Thank you, Councilman Garner.
I appreciate all the feedback from everyone. I did have comments, like you're saying, where people thought it's a great idea. They do see the vision. My point was the majority that I had were in person, and that was, I guess, what I was trying to get at is in person. I don't really hear a lot too negative. This one was the one that in person got to that point. Off your point you were talking about, Councilman Weisberg, I do explain how the funds work and how the enterprise goes, and that does help a lot with the people understanding. The problem I have with this still is this property has just become available, and people are interested in it. Private entities are interested in it. We're broke as a city. We're losing money every year. We don't have the funds to put into it. Well, we say we do, but we don't. I'm curious how we can put funds from this dangerous building fund into this. I don't think this site's been designated as a dangerous building site or as a what it qualifies, because wouldn't that require, the landowner not trying to clean it up? They're getting tickets. I'd imagine we need to designate it as a dangerous site before we consider it as one.
You've seen it, right?
I've seen it, but that
Okay.
hasn't been designated.
Well,
there has to be a qualification, I would imagine, to say, yep, it hits all the boxes. They're not cleaning it up. I mean, I feel like the property owner should be the first one to be pushed to clean it up. Not us come in and say, okay, yeah, we'll just take care of it for you. I mean, that's the big issue. We got private entities that want to do it. Let them do it. I don't think we should get in the way of it.
I don't know if these private people you're talking about want to do anything other than make it a bigger, badder wrecking yard, but that's been my opinion. And on Facebook, just so you know, I don't run my life according to Facebook. That was named for the wrong end of the animal. The people that get loud and abusive on Facebook almost never know the facts. So I don't use that as a yardstick for me, but Councilman Weisenberg?
Question for Tom or the city attorney. What is the dangerous building funds designated for? And is there any designation required for any kind of purchase or sale of properties, to purchase a property at that point in time?
Honorable Mayor, Councilman Weisenberg, I believe that was just a name put on the fund. I don't believe that there is a designation for that. There was a dangerous buildings committee at one point that went out and assessed different sites, but I believe that was just the name that we attached to this effort.
So no qualifications?
I don't believe
It
there's
could be
any
any property
qualification.
purchased by the city?
Correct.
Thank you.
Additionally, it doesn't necessarily have to be a building, meaning, 4 walls and a ceiling. Dangerous building fund also goes towards abatement of nuisance, problem properties. So it's not always a structure. It can be any manner of nuisance, which is broadly defined within our ordinances.
The other thing I want to make a key point on is this is not only just used for buying properties. You have to realize that anytime we do a waiver of a landfill fee, that's where it comes out of also. So we're not even having an ROI on that kind of investment in some situations. So it's not used for just properties either.
Councilman Garner.
This is my last one. Is there any way we can delay this until next year and once we have a phase 2 done? I feel like if we have the phase 2 done, you can make a clear decision on how bad this property is going to be to clean up. Right now, we're guesstimating, we're gonna be using funds from departments that with staffing, overtime. I mean, we're short-staffed right now, so that's another thing that's gonna really bite us. And cleaning this property up is gonna be a big undertaking. So if it's more than what we thought, wouldn't it be in our best interest to delay this and then look at it after phase 2 is done and then proceed?
You can't buy it once it's already sold, just so you know. And I don't think these guys that own it really want anything but to get rid of it. They've offered the city a very attractive situation. They would like to see it be cleaned up, and that's why. The other thing of it is like, don't forget, the phase 1 has been done twice. And with a phase 1, you can go in and do low-income housing and such like that. So it isn't like we're gonna suddenly find out that there's something different, because it's not. It's already been passed by EPA twice, phase 1, twice in a year, this last year, and I don't know how you could be more comfortable. And now, if there was no phase 1 study done, that might be a different situation. But the phase 1 had been done twice, and there's a list of things you can do as far as developing that piece of property with just a phase 1. So the boogeyman ain't there to me, but.
No, I just have a question for Anita.
Yeah.
What is it zoned as currently?
Currently, it's zoned industrial. It is surrounded by C2 businesses, highway businesses as well.
So when you come down Spruce, the trailers that are right next to that property and right in front of that property, what are they zoned?
On Spruce?
By the fairgrounds.
Oh, okay. Behind and to the north of that property, it's a mix of, there's county owns some property, and that's actually considered residential. Immediately to the east, where there are some mobile homes, that's also residential. Actually, I think it's residential mobile home. And same thing to the west is residential. I would have to defer to Lou. He knows these designations a little bit better than I do, but they are zoned residential areas.
So that's a residential area right up against an industrial area, is that correct?
Honorable Mayor and Council,
Actually, I can answer that real quick. So the way it is, parcel 2 and 3, if you can see through there, there's a fence that kind of goes in the middle there. So the industrial area is at that fence line.
What's below that?
Residential.
So it doesn't designate that on the county's website that's residential?
There are some inconsistencies between the two, the way the maps are.
and there is on the, just west of that property on Spruce Street on the south side, that is all designated as residential mobile home. On the area just west of that property where the homes are built, that is R75. I believe that is that's designated as.
That's Rodeo Court.
Yes.
That's R75, and then the trailers from Rodeo Court going to the east, those are all 6,500 square foot, or 6,500 lots.
Yes, residential mobile.
And then what is continuous from there across to the city's property, that long strip in the middle? That's the city property. And then what is 6 on the other side? Because I'm on the county's website and I find that. That's the picture I get. There's no designation as to whether it's platted for residential, whether it's platted for, what is that?
And honestly, when we look into this whole picture here, that has always been zone industrial on top.
Uh-huh.
On the bottom, without doing a survey and doing a zone change for that, because that has never been with the annexation and so forth with the properties, to me, if I look at this site, and to me, that's all industrial. So we'd have to do a zone change and
Okay.
designate where we would like to see and continue the residential mobile home on East Spruce there on the south side of the road, and carry that forward to where it ties into Hillside Trailer Court.
So that strip of land is the city's, that little blank right there in the middle, that belongs to the city. Can we then take and incorporate that into it and get a continuous line across there if we rezone that?
We would have to do, there again, with the survey and rezone, that could all be adjusted that way.
Because that's quite a few properties right in the row. If you can get them to be one continuous thing, and you can sell that to a developer.
And just by looking at this, and I have studied this as well, there's potential on the East Spruce side to do what you're talking about. Commercial area on top, we take it away and do a zone change with that, turn that into C2, that would be a good decision as well.
Okay.
Councilman Weisenberger?
I think, to your point, it's a great idea, and I think that would be something that would be presented to a planning and zoning, and the city would present that to planning and zoning, and what they feel is what should the council would feel necessary at that point in time for the planning and zoning commission to do a zone change or allow a zone change at that point in time. So it is possible to rezone, to draw your lines and replot the area to do multiple zones or continuations.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 5 yeas and 2 nays. The 2 nays is Councilmember Gardner and Councilmember Lumen.
All right, thank you. Next thing on the agenda is a resolution. Councilman Wells?
I move to approve resolution designating the Bank of Commerce and R&B State Bank as the public fund depository for the city of Rawlins, Wyoming during the calendar year of 2025.
Second.
And a motion made and seconded to approve resolution designating the Bank of Commerce and the RNB State Bank as public fund depository for the city of Rawlins, Wyoming during the calendar year of 2025. Is there any discussion? One of you go first.
Go for it.
Tom, so in this designation of public funds and the depository, does this allow us to sweep our money without having to define holding for them?
Honorable Mayor, Councilman Singer, yes, we can still sweep the funds outside of the bank through a sweep account so that it is not subject to pledging. What we are doing here is the pledging amount that goes into the bank. So if our bank balances exceed the $250,000 FDIC insurance, these banks by law have to pledge securities. So if anything happens to the bank, our funds over that FDI insurance are covered. When we sweep those funds out of the bank into savings accounts overnight, those amounts are not subject to the pledging of the bank. We take the risk of the accounts that we have those in. If anything were to happen to those, that risk falls back to us, not to the bank.
So is there a continuous dollar amount that we would have to maintain on a daily basis? Because our taxes come in and go out, the stuff in the middle stays the same. most of the time.
Correct.
So would we be able to move the sweep to where we're carrying a specific balance both in and out, and everything else goes to where our interest rates are far superior to banking? Current
Mayor,
banking.
Councilman Singer, yes, that's correct. So what we would do is set the pledging at the bank for amounts that we would hold in the bank. And I understand that there's those coming in as the tax payments and then the payments going out as accounts payable payroll. We would set those amounts sufficient enough at the bank to cover that, while everything else that is in cash reserves can be swept out into either a sweep account at the bank or to the YO class that we just recently passed a ordinance to put it into, or to the Wyoming Governmental Investment Fund that we also passed an ordinance to set up.
Thank you.
Councilman Weisenberg?
Are the depositories going to allow for the sweeps?
Honorable Mayor, Councilman Weisenberg, currently R&B Bank does allow the sweep. So we have, I believe about $8 million that is in a sweep account at R&B Bank. And then we also have the funds that are held in the bank. We currently do not use the sweeps at the Bank of Commerce like that. And so we would ask the bank to be able to set those sweeps up, or to be able to pull those funds and, like I said, invest those into the investment companies that we've selected.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. Next thing on our agenda is item H. I would entertain a motion. Councilman Lumen?
I move to approve the resolution authorizing a budget amendment to the fiscal year 2024-2025 municipal budget for compliance pay for the city of Rawlins, personnel employees in the amount of $82,295.21.
Second.
A motion made and seconded to approve the resolution authorizing a budget amendment to the fiscal year 2024-2025 municipal budget for compliance pay for the city of Rawlins personnel employees in the amount of $82,295.21. Is there any discussion? Yes, ma'am.
Is this the same amount as last year?
Honorable Mayor, Councilman Lumen, correct. It's for the same amount that we did. The only alteration from last year is we would prorate the amounts for employees, that were onboarded during calendar year 2024, and we would do that by quarter.
Any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is Councilman Wells.
I move to enter an executive session at 9:42 PM per Wyoming statute 16-405 to consider or receive any information classified as confidential by law.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to go into executive session at 9:42 PM. Any discussion? Seeing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
What's
No, because I didn't,
Well, which technically is
I think at one point, she started in thinking that it would like,
She's gonna get called.
so they dated her.
Right, I mean,
I just want you to know that I understand what they're doing, but I don't agree that the county can decide what we do in our municipality.
But that's how it is.
It's already, yes.
That's how it is.
Yeah, and
So
that's
they're
what-
actually amending it, so the city has to say, so they amended the amendment.
But the county, but what I'm saying is the county has a ultimate say if we have a person, right? In any municipality, yes. We should have sole say within the municipality. I know, I'm just saying, 100%, anything within a municipality, it's no different than a law enforcement organization. You know what I'm saying? We have some, we should have some control within our municipality. Yeah. And I like it. I just, when I seen that come up, I'm like, wait a second here. Because the county is actually local municipalities already. And these municipalities are losing money.
that way we don't take it.
Because they don't even communicate, the thing is, they don't even communicate it to the municipalities. It's because, yeah, that's the only reason they were allowed. Like, wait a second, that's the concern, right? Not for us.
Conversation that, the city has to approve it, still the county has the ultimate decision. So they changed it, but they. I agree. The city would have a say.
Yeah, we need ultimate say. Yeah.
Because they say, oh, the city, now the city
Yes.
has to know what they can.
Well, you're gonna be in the house, and that's a house bill.
But I'm sure you're right.
That's why I said that. And fully, 100% municipalities need to.
No, we'll visit.
Municipalities at that point.
Yeah,
The county should never say, "Let me tell you how to control your within the municipality," right?
Any more than that is way too much.
See, I'm just saying, right? So that's,
I think they were doing it to appease and it didn't work out.
no, it ain't working out, it's not good. Okay, but we'll talk for sure.
I've got a brother-in-law, and he's like, I'm gonna start chasing stuff. Like, they're years older or whether.
What time on the second is this thing started?
He's giving himself a lot of business.
Yeah.
Yes,
It's
starts at
different world. It is.
Actually, where he's at, it's about like.
Yeah, but still.
I've been up there about 5 times. It's nice to have a brother.
All right, we're
Right,
gonna.
here's what's going on.
Okay, good night.
Have a good night. I get you.
You did such a nice job, Lynn.
Good night. Online voting is open.
Congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
What are you guys just sitting out and watching?
Sounds good.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Well,
Got it. 'Cause they technically could untable it, I mean, like they have an executive session. Could.
Either that or have some of the reports.
Got it, got it.
I got your text, by the way.
Yes, and you gave me a thumbs up.
Yeah, I was, we were traveling.
Oh,
Cody
yeah.
graduated from college last week.
Oh,
So we were-
congratulations. Congratulations, yeah, that's on the 7th.
Yeah, I have you on the list, so.
Okay.
And it's just gonna be, taco bar, catered, move home. I'll be in the commissioner. I got you and, Davis from, Hicks hasn't gotten back to me yet, so. But the judges are gonna attend, Donessa wants to attend, she has a couple things that she wants to talk about. She's gonna give me a list, and then what I'll do is I'll email you guys what.
Ahead of time?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm gonna be with, I was supposed to be with them today. Stipe and Schneider, and then they couldn't do it. Well, it was supposed to be last Tuesday, and then I had to change it, and we were gonna do it today, and then because of the case, Donessa didn't wanna.
Right.
And then, did it get thrown out, the case this week?
I don't know, I'm on vacation.
Oh, okay. And then I said, next week and so we're doing it, I think on Monday, the actual 30th. They want to go to lunch, individually. Yeah.
Are you excited?
Yeah. I need to get through tomorrow and some things, and I don't know if you guys know Mandy Frakes is working for me now.
I did.
No, yeah, so she's working for me, so that's working out really well, and she's starting to get things, and so like.
Like a DDA or
Mhm, yeah.
personal? Nice.
DDA. So my plan is she's gonna work 25 to 30 hours a week, one down in Cheyenne, and then I'll work 10 to 15, like just
I was
paying
gonna
the
ask if you were
bills.
gonna try to.
Yeah, and so what I'm doing is, I'm actually donating my pay from legislature to pay for her.
Oh,
That's awesome.
that's awesome.
Well, because I mean, it's civil duty, but I'm also, there are so many people in the state that don't get it. But their business may not care. I mean, not that we make a ton of money as legislators, which don't,
Right.
it barely covers, but it'll cover enough that, so the staff, the office will still be open 40, 45 hours. So we're not, DDA is not losing anything.
Right.
And so I just made the decision, I just said, we get in government too long, and nonprofit to say, one, I could never double dip. I mean, Rock Springs, when, my counterpart, in Rock Springs, they took it as civic duty, and he didn't work his full 40 hours, but he got his pay from legislature, and their council said, okay. So, but Scott and I talked about it, Scott's like, we're not doing it, I said, I don't want to do it, so. That's what I'm gonna do.
Matthew will be good.
Yeah. I think she's gonna do about 25 hours a week.
Did you guys get your leadership class set up?
Yeah, we only have 10.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you get a wide variety or just? kind of
We did,
one?
yeah. So we moved, I'm gonna do this the week between Christmas and New Year's. If I have time on Friday, I will. We have moved Government Day to April, because I'll still be down in Cheyenne.
Oh,
So
yeah.
usually Government Day is in March.
Yeah.
Always been in March.
Yeah.
But we flipped, we put health, so that way, they're like, oh, so yeah. So just, the commissioners haven't been traveling since they have their new chambers. They haven't been going.
No, they have.
They have?
We have 6 out-of-town meetings a year. And
Is there one in April?
it just got
Actually,
adopted today. The schedule got adopted today, so I will
Darn
look.
it. Okay.
can't remember if we start traveling in April or May,
I think it's April.
but it'd be the second meeting in April. The first meetings are always here.
Okay,
Second
so-
meetings are out of town.
So I bet you anything we put it on the second Tuesday, but we'll move it. Because I don't want him to, well, that could be interesting, but then we can't do like, well, that could be
You
totally.
could totally do a different municipality than Rawlins government. You could do a smaller government that has a different, like, mayor type.
Well, we always do that,
Right.
but it's kind of interesting to really throw. I'm gonna see when we set it up in April.
Yeah,
How's
and
that
then
work?
when I go back to work on Monday, I'll just shoot you, because they adopted the schedule today.
Okay.
Um,
I didn't even bring that up. I told him I was not gonna stay for the whole thing, and then it was just so interesting, and I had been here, and I wanted to hear about the property, and so.
I'll let you know on Monday.
Okay. I may not call you the following Monday, because I'm very tired.
No, that's fine.
But I do need to, I'll probably look it up before, because I'm gonna try to work on Friday on some, and get my people.
Well, worst case scenario, just email Glenn or Lisa, because they have it.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
I'm thinking.
and it might, and Glenn honestly might have already uploaded it to our county webpage.
Okay.
Maybe, hopefully.
Yeah, because they're getting ready to do all of that.
She turned in their letter today.
She did. Oh, we're still, yeah, that's fine, okay.
Just making sure.
Yep.
Um, Glenn turned in her letter.
She what?
Turned in her letter.
She told me a couple weeks ago, she said she was thinking. You guys knew it was coming, I mean.
Yeah.
but
It's still sad.
It is sad, it is sad. So, is Lisa excited?
Oh, she hasn't had it yet.
Oh, that's, oh, they have to appoint her.
Yeah. Names of the people applied to the Republican committee.
That's right.
And then we'll pick three, and then send those names to the commissioners.
They have to do it that way. Okay. So my mudroom is like now at a bad time because it's muddy.
Yeah.
I know, Scott goes, was he not gonna do that? I go, totally on me. He went out of town to Alaska and then we just lost all, have you been busy?
Not really super busy. I've had a couple jobs here and there. In fact, your daughter got one.
Oh, Sydney?
Yeah.
What are you doing for her?
She had some friends of hers that had their.
Oh, Mariah.
Yeah.
Yeah, are you doing their
I
basement?
did.
Yeah.
Yeah, already did.
Oh, good.
Did that one, and had a couple, and then with Cody graduating and stuff, I didn't plan anything for right now.
Yeah.
So, just
Good.
I spent the weekend in South Dakota, so in fact, we just got one yesterday. And a couple signs here and there, we got a couple bids out for some jobs.
Who do you propose?
And what?
Who do you propose?
He did?
He's now engaged.
That's exciting.
So, and we got another interview on the way.
There we go. You guys are busy, busy, busy.
Yeah, he was another one coming.
Well, cool. Yeah. Yeah, so we'll have to relook at that. Scott was even thinking maybe March when I'm still gone.
March could be still pretty muddy around there.
That's what I think. I don't wanna be able to put them out for the day when you work, you know, cause that's where they come in and out of.
That would probably take me close to a day. Possibly. Because I was able to get Bruce's done.
Yeah, but there's so much more cutting.
It is. It is. The stairs is gonna be the biggest part.
Okay.
So, but I think Bruce's floor took me 2 full days
Then you had to do underneath
to get everything re-stabilized.
Yeah.
So,
So,
that's
Okay.
kind of still going to get out there.
yeah. Yeah.
I've seen him very elections. So.
Bruce?
Mhm.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a while.
Seems like he's still doing all right.
Yeah. This is really, he just lost his sister 2 weeks ago. And then Scott and Janelle went to California because we lost a cousin. It's just been, last month has been kind of crazy. So, yeah, so, you know, same week, Joan's birthday, their anniversary. And then, so it was like, Joan's birthday was on a Sunday, a Monday. Their anniversary was on a Thursday. Merry Christmas.
You.
We'll talk to you, I'll talk to you, are you working between Christmas and New Year's? Okay, I'll talk to you that week, because I want to get the leadership stuff all set up.
Okay.
And just
Okay.
whenever you guys are ready, just give me a call.
Okay, okay, sounds good, thank you.
Yep.
I totally forgot that the guy
you guys and your fancy stuff like that. Oh, gosh.
Isn't it weird we're gonna be in 2025?
What's that?
2025 just sounds so far in the future.
Hey, don't worry, you're what, 22 years out now?
Oh,
I remember when 2020 was something was far out.
I know.
When'd you graduate?
04.
We don't want to hear about your ancient ancestry
I
over here.
just had the 20.
Yours either, I'm just telling you. And this guy coming up now, that's like dirt. I mean, I don't even know what to say.
Come on. There's dirt older than me on that.
This guy, not much. Oh.
Wow. Did you just say that? You just said it.
You got one more meeting, I'm gonna duct tape you
Only
to the
half.
chair
Half.
and then put you in the elevator.
Only half a meeting. Get it right. And paroled.
January 2nd?
Are you gonna?
Oh, yeah.
I'll let you for your last
Oh, well, I was
one.
waiting.
I'll let you for your last one, Chris.
Okay.
I'll make I'll do the first one next meeting we're at, okay?
Councilman Weisenberg.
I move to come out of executive session per Wyoming statute 16-4-405 at 10:44 PM.
Second.
Been a motion made and seconded to come out of executive session at 10:44 PM. Any discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open.
Yay.
Online voting is closed and motion passes with 7 yeas.
Okay, was there anything discussed during executive session that was inappropriate? Seeing none, I would entertain the next motion. Councilman Garner.
I move to suspend the use of the limited retail club liquor license number 131 from the 19th hole restaurant at the Rochelle Ranch for violation of Rawlins Municipal Code 5.08.210C and other violations of the concessionary agreement while the city conducts further investigation.
Okay. Please pass that down.
This one?
All right, there's been a motion made and seconded to suspend the use of the limited retail club liquor license number, what is it, 131?
Yes.
131, from the 19th hole restaurant at the Rochelle Ranch for violation of Rawlins Municipal Code 5.08.210C and other violations of the concessionaire agreement while the city conducts further investigation. Is there any discussion? Councilman Weisenberg?
I'd just like to point out, in this motion, it is stated that the liquor license, the use of that liquor license is going to be suspended. There's nothing in this motion stating anything of food not being able to be sold at the restaurant, so.
Okay, thank you. Any more discussion? Hearing none, please open online voting.
You're gonna have to do a verbal
Okay,
because of
just roll call us.
Mayor Terry Whiteham,
Yay.
Vice Mayor Steve Sanger,
Yay.
Councilmember Darrell Gardner,
Yay.
Councilmember Chris Weidenberg,
Yay.
Councilmember Bruce Seeloff,
Yay.
Councilmember Tanya Lumen,
Yay.
Councilmember Jacqueline Wells.
Yay.
Motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. Anything else to come before this body tonight? Seeing none, I will adjourn this meeting. The next meeting is gonna be July,
Wow.
January. Yeah,
That's a long
Don't do
break.
that to me.
I'm dreaming.
Don't do that to me.
January 2nd, 2025, special work session, and then January 7th, 2025, regular city council meeting.
Oh, man, I just hit update. I don't want to, I didn't mean to. I put the power off and I said, update, restart, it's just, you know what I mean? Bam. I don't want to just shut it off now.
Well, when you hand it over, this will be ready to go.
Yeah.
It's really trying to figure these things out without updating.
Especially when they start like updating in the middle of a meeting because you had to remind me later or something like that. Yeah, or set a time and it's like